Alice's ending. We left after the second room that we did. So. We're gonna finish that up. Oh, glad it's not bad right now. Okay. Yes. Let's resume our save. We're doing pretty good. Hound is settling in for her nap. So, yeah, everything's going pretty good right now. No sooner had we stepped out of the garden than I saw the 3 people I'd watched leave through the green door sometime earlier. Whoa! What are you guys doing here?
We ought to be asking you the same thing. How'd you get here?
Sigma, hand me the map.
Map? Oh, right. I dug the map out of my pocket and spread it out in front of us.
You 3 came in through the blue door, right?
Yeah.
And which room did you go into?
This fan-shaped one. It's called the Bee Garden.
Bee garden?
It's this big dome with a bunch of plants in it. Look, you can go see it yourself later, all right?
What about you guys?
Well, after we went through the green door, we ended up in the treatment center.
And then we met up right here.
So, what's the treatment center? It sounds a lot like the infirmary.
You want to have a look? We can go back to any of the rooms we've already visited. So?
The treatment center has the pods. Dio should be having flashbacks of when, Kay murdered him in one of those pods. We'll see. Sure, let's have a look. After a few moments of brisk walking, we found ourselves in the treatment center. Interesting. Why are we here now? Why was this so important? What are those?
They're why this is called a treatment center. Those pods can cure a number of illnesses and even repair certain injuries.
That sounds fantastic. None of that exists now, unfortunately. Long months of therapy ahead of you for a lot of it. If you survive.
How about you
that's
climb in
nuts.
one of them, Dio?
Why?
Well, maybe it can fix whatever's wrong with your brain.
Ha! A little bit savage there, Alice. Just a little bit. But it's true. Unfortunately, I don't think the treatment center can fix what's wrong with Dio.
Hey! You want to start something, lady?
Calm down now, son. You don't cool off a bit, and I'll have to throw you in one of these pods here.
Huh? Why?
Weren't you paying attention? They have a cold sleep function. I figured that ought to cool your head up.
Wait, did you say cold sleep? That's where they freeze you, right? And you can stay that way for a really long time? In theory? Currently, we can freeze people, but haven't been able to bring them back yet. We got step 1. It's just, having them survive to step 2. It's the current problem.
Yeah?
According to some records we found in here, until about 8 hours ago, there were 3 frozen people in these pods.
3 people? Who?
You mean 3 of us were? We don't know. All we found was what was in the logs for the pods.
How long were they here?
No idea. Part of the logs were erased.
Of course.
All that's
yeah.
left is when the cold sleep function turned off. It records them thawing out, getting up. That's it.
Then they could be anyone.
Well, anyone but you.
What? Why not Alice?
Because you don't need a device like this to freeze Alice. Am I wrong?
Huh? What are you talking about?
You don't need to play dumb. The water in your body isn't normal water. It's something called Ice 9. It freezes at 96.8 degrees.
Well, it's a good thing we've kept it warmer than that.
That means all you have to do to put yourself in cold sleep is drop your body temperature below 96.8. No fancy machine needed.
Where on earth did you hear that?
From Clover.
Clover?
When we were exploring the lounge during the first round.
I see.
Well, I mean, it could be. She could have been the original mummy. Who knows? That's a weird way to phrase everything that happened in the first game, though. Has anyone bothered to check what temperature it is in here to verify that?
What's so funny?
Oh man, you fell for that one hook, line, and sinker, didn't you? Clover was messing with you. That is, if she even said anything to you at all. It was a lie. A joke?
A joke? No, there's no way it was a joke. I'm sure about it. Your body is made of Ice 9.
Well, you're mistaken. It's a ridiculous misunderstanding. An urban legend.
With seemingly no other prompting, Alice launched into a lengthy explanation. It went something like this. At some point in the past, someone found a frozen mummified Egyptian queen. What was curious about this mummy, however, was that it remained frozen at room temperature. People began to refer to her as All Ice, which eventually became simply Alice. Rumors that her body was made of Ice 9 began to circulate, and her bizarre refusal to thaw only compounded them.
They say that the mummy finally thawed, and when it did, it began to move. And ever since then, I've had people say they thought I was her. I mean, really, how could anyone believe something so ridiculous?
I don't know. Lots of other things have happened in this series. That might actually be one of the least ridiculous things.
The existence of this mysterious Alice and of this ice that doesn't melt are just urban legends.
Coincidentally, though, you look a lot like her, and you are, in fact, named the same. But why would people make that mistake about you in particular?
It can't just be because your name's Alice. There are tons of Alices.
Is it because of your face and how you look?
Well, it is true that I am both beautiful and elegant. Can I really be blamed if people think I'm an Egyptian queen? I don't think that's the only reason, though. Someone who made that mistake said something to me once. They claimed they'd seen me before. Of course, I immediately pressed the issue. Do you mean the mummy, Alice? I said. When? Where? Of course, they were at a loss. In fact, I began to feel a little sorry for them.
Clone of the mummy?
So I told them something.
It also doesn't help that you dress with very Egyptian-themed clothes and makeup, so that, probably has nothing to do with why they keep mistaking you that way.
If you're so convinced, then maybe I am actually Alice. But maybe I've lost my memory and can't remember who I am. And so on and so on.
She did say she was after whoever killed her father, right? But we're unclear if that's actually true or not at this point. There are clones. That could be. We know Dio's a clone. We know Kay looks exactly like we do. So something's going on there. Oh yeah, that's definitely a scarab necklace. She must be leaning in on the theme. And when they picked her up, she was dressed like an Egyptian queen in the middle of the Nevada desert. I think because she was working at a casino before that, but you never know.
I'm still not sure why Clover would tell you something like that, though. Even if she was just messing with you, it seems a little out of left field.
You really think she put that much thought into it? She was probably just screwing with him, and it was the first thing that came to mind. Maybe she wanted to see if she could get him to believe something completely ridiculous.
It was probably to deflect.
Yeah, I could see her doing something like that. Well, I think that's enough idle gossip for now.
This game is very good about like presenting things and you go, no, that can't be. And then you think about it and you're like, no, that actually could be. That in this game, this could totally be true. And then they bait and switch you again to something totally different. So they have you like buying into just about every theory as you go along. I think that's pretty good.
The cold sleep business is interesting, but I don't think it's terribly useful. We should go see if the other team has returned to the warehouse yet.
At Alice's request, we made our way out of the treatment center. Memento mori, if the ninth lion ate the sun. Lots of lions, lots of things eating the sun. This is...
It looks like another warehouse.
Oh, yes, definitely 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That would be a death in Celsius, and everyone else would be... Yeah, they'd be dead, and she would be frozen. That was Celsius.
It looks like the same warehouse.
Hey, look.
3 more doors.
They're all glowing white. You think...
These might be the next set of chromatic doors.
I'd bet on it. Look, they've got the same boxes next to them as the other doors. So the next set of doors are...
Now you're imagining a reverse Mr. Freeze. That would be fun.
They haven't all been the same color before.
We definitely need to tell the others about this.
Right. Let's head back to floor A. That's because it doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter at all which doors you go through. They all meet up again. And they always have. And you could probably look at that on this map and see. So... yeah, you can see they go to exactly the same hallway. Does he walk around with like a space heater in his suit? Builds a home in Death Valley. The elevators. The floors don't seem quite the same size. Like, at least the bottom floor is bigger, but does that mean there's more to the top floor we can't see?
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, a germaphobe. Yeah. That's a good background right there.
You finally returned. I was beginning to get anxious.
Did something happen?
Yes, it's Quark, you see.
What? What happened to Quark?
He collapsed. It happened so suddenly. We were just searching our room.
What?
Please, you must hurry to the infirmary. Clover is looking after him, but his condition could change at any moment.
Yeah. He might wake up and try and stab himself.
You should go.
Oh no.
It's actually taken a while to hit this time. Tenmayoji shoved Kei aside and leapt through the yellow door. The rest of us exchanged a few startled looks, then ran off after him.
Quark. Come on, kid. Get a hold of yourself.
Tenmayoji grabbed Quark's shoulders and began to shake him desperately. It was Clover who stopped him.
Hey, what are you doing? He's sick, and we don't even know what's wrong with him. What if you make him worse?
Then what am I supposed to do? I have to save him.
Save? That seems a little extreme. Maybe he just has anemia or something.
No, that's not it. I know him better than any of you. He doesn't have anemia. He's never just collapsed before.
Well, then call an ambulance and stop freaking out about it.
You son of a bitch. This is ser-
The infirmary seems pretty
yeah,
well
Dio.
equipped.
How are we supposed to get an ambulance here? Do you think we could have Uber Eats deliver too, if we can get an ambulance?
There are plenty of diagnostic tools, but
Without a doctor, there's not going to be much we can do with him.
Oh, right. Well, we've got Luna.
Luna?
That's right. I remember Dio saying something. You have a medical license, don't you?
Wait, really? Is that true, Luna?
Well, yes, but
You have to take a look at him then. Please. Quark needs your help.
Yeah, the way she always, like, they say you have a medical license and she just kind of, like, hedges on it. She's not quite.
okay. I'll see what I can do. I think that machine over there is a medical scanner. It's called an atom. It uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose people.
Ah. NMRIs. So that thing can tell us what's wrong with Quark? Oh, that would be great if just an MRI could do that. Unfortunately,
Yes.
Luna's is pretty close to the end, so I bet it's kind of spoilery.
I believe it can.
I believe hers is actually the second to last, so we're gonna sort out Quark's first. I know, right?
I don't want to rush you, but the sooner the better. Just let us know if you need anything.
Of course.
I know, right? We're gonna have to wait a while. But my guess is that there's a lot of stuff down her route that is very revealing. Clover's route didn't really reveal anything, except we all died. Kay's route just dropped one tiny bit of information, but yeah. The whole process only took a few minutes. Yeah, you'll probably be settled before we get to Luna's. The machine scanned Quark's body, and within seconds, his results lit up the screen. I really wanted to know more down Kay's route about Kay, but more and more I'm finding, like, those early endings, they don't really, like, they give you tiny bits of information, but nothing ever really gets explained. So, we need to be, we're actually on the, you know, we've crossed the halfway point on the endings, so they should start dropping more and more information. Hopefully. Hopefully. Words too complicated for me to understand scrolled across it, and as she read them, Luna's face grew dark. She bit her lip and just stood there for a moment, looking down at Quark before she spoke.
Well, I know what's wrong with him. I feel so terrible saying this, but Quark has an infection. A viral infection.
It's actually impressive you can tell that off of an NMRI. How long ago did I finish 999? I think earlier this summer? Maybe like April, May timeframe. It's hard because I have missed a bunch of streams this summer because of like travel. And then we were doing streams with Minx instead of Virtue's Last Reward for a while. So there was like a month. At least, or like a month and a half where I didn't stream Virtue's Last Reward at all. So it feels like it's been going on for longer than it probably has. Yeah, I know it's more of a like diagnostic machine, but it's like the way she described it was like it used an MRI to figure out everything that's wrong with you.
Oh no.
Sounds flashy though. Oh no. Don't tell me.
Yes. He's been infected with a virus called Radical 6.
Have you heard of this virus? Radical 6, I mean.
Yeah. I told Alice and Tenmyoji about it.
Fi and I heard about it from Luna.
Dio and Luna were two of the first people to investigate the infirmary. They must have seen the newspaper clipping that Quark found. I'd stayed behind after the AB game, and they'd all split up and gone into different rooms. It seemed like, one way or another, everyone had heard about Radical 6. Oh, did you, hear about, well, I don't know, there's like been a bunch of the Eldar cheaters. Yeah, the guy with the dice. I was gonna ask that one specifically. Oh my god, that guy. Like, I was like, why are you playing Eldar? You're kind of ruining this for all of us and giving all of us a bad name. That's why I don't like the people in the hyper-competitive circuit. They're really annoying. But that guy, like, he tried, you know, got all pissy when they rightfully banned him and then tried to flush his dice, and it didn't flush because it was lead. That was so funny. But it's just like, come on, man. You're already doing like some Uber cheese list too. And you brought loaded dice? Really? How did you think you were gonna get away with that at like a professional tournament? It's just so scummy. Like, oh my god. Yeah, that guy just, I think he's been like perma-banned from everything now. It's like, yeah, nobody wants to play with you because you're such a jackass. Like, those are fun. Like, having loaded dice would be fun. But, like, you're not gonna take them into a tournament and try and win the tournament with your loaded dice. It's just, oh my god. Guy was ridiculous.
No. He can't... How could he have gotten infected? That's not possible.
Did Dio bring it in with him? Because we all know Dio wasn't supposed to be here. Something about the tone of his voice seemed strange. Why wasn't it possible? Had Tenmyoji known about Radical 6 before the rest of us?
There must be something we can do!
Ooh, set of dice for Blood Bowl. I'm looking at doing a Blood Bowl team as well. Probably like way side project-y thing, but I'm gonna... Thinking about doing a Lizardman team? Or an Amazons. I haven't quite decided, but... Just for fun, and also just so that I can re-roll lots of ones into ones. Because that's what I'm good at doing. I cannot tell you how many times that's happened playing actual games in just regular Warhammer.
How can we cure him?
Well, Adam says there's an antiviral serum called Excelavir. It's the only way to counteract Radical 6. If we can inject him with some, he should be okay.
Oh, that's kind of cool. They named it Excelavir, which is like accelerate, since Radical 6 decreases your processing speed. That's fun.
Where is it? Shouldn't it be in the infirmary somewhere?
Yeah, we looked around, but we didn't see anything.
I don't trust a damn thing you say. I'm asking Luna.
I'm sorry, but Dio's telling the truth. We didn't find anything.
Damn it. What about the other rooms? Sigma, what about you? Did you find anything?
No, nothing like medicine. I mean, it was just like a park. Oh, that's cool that there's a new, like, there's a bunch of people that play where you're moving to. That's nice. There's a lot of people that play at my store. There's a wide variety of, like, for fun, casual players, and then some people that are very competitive. They like min-maxing their lists and they exhaust me. And frankly, I don't play games with them because it's not fun. They take the cheese a little bit too much. And then, like, if you beat them at anything, they get all huffy and pissy, and I don't like playing with people like that. I have lost plenty of games. I have won plenty of games, but I just like to play because it's fun. I don't pitch a fit when I lose. Yeah. But the rest of them are pretty nice. There's a couple of new players that, like there's a guy who plays Ultramarines, and he takes Gulliman every time. And it's just, oh my god. It's not like bad, but he never changes his list ever. So he never learns how to really play his army. And he just sort of throws Gulliman at whatever problem he's having, so he's also not learning how to play any of his units. And nobody wants to play an OP character when you're just throwing out units you want to play because they seem fun. Although now at least I have some units I can take that could face off on Gulliman and actually probably could win if I roll well enough. But against like an army without an equivalent character, he's just impossible to deal with, and he's just really annoying. So I don't really play that guy that much, but it's just because again, he never changes his list. He's not, I don't know that he's competitive, I think he's just a new player. But yeah. Lots of vegetation and stuff, but no medicine.
What about you, Kay? Was there any medicine in your room?
We visited the laboratory. There were a number of chemicals and concoctions there, some of which were medicine, but nothing like what we're searching for, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's wrong. There's definitely Excelavir in the laboratory, because that's where we found it. Hey, Hound. It's going pretty good here. Hope yours is going well. Oh yeah, my favorite thing was charging my scorpions into units and just destroying them, or like blipping my warp spiders through stuff. They don't work the same way anymore in 10th edition, and I was really disappointed. They kind of got rid of them. You haven't missed much. Quark has just had his normal breakdown, and everyone found out he's got Radical 6. So yeah, nice and chill so far.
Oh god. Then he's going to, oh god, no.
Look, just to be sure, the three of you went to the treatment center, right? And you're sure it wasn't there?
No, there was nothing even remotely like it. You went there too, didn't you?
Yeah, the warp spiders haven't had new models since they released originally, and now they can't even warp through things anymore. It's sad. I mean, they get to like ignore certain things, I think, with their movement, but their whole special ability of being able to like blip through walls and shit, you can't do that anymore. Totally ruined them for me. So annoyed. Yeah, most of the Eldar line hasn't had multiple iterations, and the warp spiders have literally one. That's the models you see now in metal. Those are the only warp spiders that exist. There's no new ones. That's what they've been since they were released. Good news is you can get them secondhand, so you don't actually have to shell out any money to like, or you shell out a little bit, but not like a ton.
The only thing in the treatment center are those treatment pods.
Treatment pods. That's it. If we put Quark in one of those pods. I have a whole set of original Tomb Kings as well, which I'll be painting those next year. But they're all the old school models. Now, of course, they're coming out with all the new ones, but I don't think they're new so much as like going to be reprints of new ones. But for Old World or whatever they're calling it. For a moment, there was silence.
Quark?
Quark!
Oh, there we go with the blade again. Yep.
Oh, thank God. You're awake!
Get away from me!
What? Quark, what are you...
Sorry, Grandpa. I can't. I have to.
Have to what? What are you talking about?
Ooh, here we go.
Isn't it obvious? I have to escape.
But how?
Like this!
Quark's hand moved like lightning. He'd grabbed hold of the scalpel and was driving it straight toward his heart. Stop!
No! Let go! Let go of me!
Pretty tough for a kid. Hey, guys! I could use a hand here.
Yeah, right.
On it.
Me too. Stop it! Let go of me, you jerks!
Tenmayoji, what the hell are you doing? Get over here. Tenmayoji! Can you even hear me?
Oh, right.
Damn you, bastards! Why won't you let me go? I have to get out of this body! They can't lock away the soul! Once my body's gone, my soul can escape!
It's really suspicious that this is the delusion that everyone that has Radical 6 gets. Considering there's a terrorist organization, terrorist religion, Scientology, called Free the Soul in this world, so, I don't know.
Please! You have to let me go! Let me go! I'm trapped here! Let me die! I have to die! Kill me! Somebody! Anybody! Kill me! Kill me!
Ah.
Kill me! Ah!
Jesus, this kid's lost it. Hey, somebody get that scalpel away from him. Good. Thanks, whoever that was. Quark barely even seemed to notice the loss of the scalpel. He continued to scream and writhe like he was possessed. What are we going to do? That's the first time someone's taken the scalpel, right? And we haven't known who took it? Interesting. We've got to calm him down somehow.
Luna,
Yes?
are there any tranquilizers in here?
No. Well, I mean,
What?
there's Superel Beta.
Soperil?
That's the anesthetic, the one that's in our bracelets. Good. Perfect. Hit him with some of that.
What?
He'll be fine. It's just an anesthetic, Tenmyoji. It won't hurt him, I promise.
But...
Just hurry up and do it! Come on, Luna!
Okay, let me just...
Ooh, 20 minutes from a shop is pretty nice.
Okay, I've got it.
Technically, my closest shop is about 45 minutes away, but considering that before that one moved in, there wasn't even one in my entire state, I'll take it. 45 minutes isn't that bad.
Good. Wait until he's... Now! Do it now!
Right.
No! Stop! Stop!
Ow, in the shin. In the shin.
Respiration, blood pressure, brain waves, everything's normal. According to these readings, he's in a very deep sleep.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, a Warhammer shop. Well, one in the country's pretty good. Yeah, my closest one was in Texas. And not, like, close to me in Texas, or, like, close to the side of the state where I'm closest to. It was about 600, 700 miles away. That's the closest one. It was really far.
Yes.
All right, I guess we're good for now.
What about the anesthetic? How long will it last?
He shouldn't wake up for a few hours.
Man, he sure was strong for such a little guy.
I think that might be the virus's fault. It probably attacks the part of the brain that governs reason. Without anything to hold it back, his body was using every ounce of strength it had.
Good thing he didn't try to overextend his arms. He might have broken all his tendons doing the same thing.
Yeah? How do you know?
Huh? Oh, well,
How much do you know about this Radical 6?
That's fair. It's important to sidetrack for some time. For some of those. We took a whole day out of our vacation when we were in London to go to Nottingham and go see the big store. That was like, we planned that as part of our entire vacation. It was like, we're taking this day and we're going to the Warhammer store. Oh, it was fun. I gave myself a migraine though, because I spent a lot of time trying to look for the assassin in the diorama, and the light in my eyeballs did not agree. Oh yeah, Warhammer World, yep. It was really neat. They had a lot of really awesome stuff. And then we went to Bugman's, of course, and got drinks, because why not? It actually wasn't too busy the day we went either. I think we went on a weekday. Oh, one of your favorite bands goes there? That's awesome.
oh, not much. I probably know about as much as you do. All I've seen about it is that newspaper article.
That the
Why
truth?
would I lie about that? I've seen other viruses do the same thing. I was just making a guess.
I mean, it's not unreasonable for her to guess that. But this is what we all, find out that, of course, she's the one that created Radical 6 in the first place, and that's why she knows. No, I don't know. That is a wild
So
guess.
when Clark tried to kill himself, are you saying that was because of Radical 6 too?
Yes, at least I think so.
So what kind of virus is Radical 6? Bizarre.
What are you doing?
I turned and followed Tenmyoji's gaze. There stood Alice, her hand wrapped tightly around the scalpel. Apparently, she had been the one to take it away from Quark. The longer I looked at her, however, the more I wondered if she'd taken it to protect him, or for some other more sinister reason. She didn't seem stable. In fact, she looked far more like Quark had a moment ago than I was entirely comfortable with. Her eyes were flat and hollow. Her face was an emotionless mask. She was not well. Alice? Hey, are you feeling okay? No one has questioned her chest piece yet. No. Everyone just sort of pretends it doesn't exist.
We're all going to die.
I guess we had a discussion where Clover apparently told Tenmyoji that Alice is made of Ice 9. Which was interesting. Oh no, it's the first thing everybody notices. But no one's quite sure how to say anything about it, I think.
Huh?
We're all dead already.
I questioned it from day one, how it very nicely stays in place and her boobs don't do the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction thing.
Only terrorists would resort to biological warfare. But they will. Soon.
Hey, what the hell are you talking about?
You don't understand? All of humanity is going to die. The virus will spread.
That's when you find out that she's actually just wearing a whole fake torso.
Adults, children, everyone. Everyone! There won't be anyone left!
That's what she hinted at in some of the other routes. But usually she goes into a room and kills herself before we get to this point.
I'd rather die here!
Oh, that's true. It's gamer girl armor. Wait, Alice! We were all too stunned to even try to restrain her. We just stood there as she spun around and leapt through the door. Damn it! I shook myself and took off after her. But those few moments of hesitation had put too much distance and too many doors between us. It's a bit like magical girl armor too, I suppose. Shit! Which way did she go? Right? Left? I was still trying to decide when everyone else poured out of the infirmary.
You lost her.
Yeah. I don't know which way she went.
Well, let's split up and look. Quickly. She can't have gotten too far.
Right.
Look, if you find her, it's probably best not to shout or anything. Just do your best not to provoke her. Understood?
Gotcha.
Chenmyoji, I think you should stay here with Quark. The rest of us can look for Alice. Sound good?
Yeah, I stay here. Got it.
All right, let's move, people. Get going.
At Phi's command, we scattered, filtering off into the different doors. As I ran, I thought, where should I look for Alice? Perhaps the lounge would be a good bet. No, the crew quarters. The crew quarters. Sigma. Tap into your other memories. Remember where her dead body is. No one here, huh? Damn. Where did she go? Complaining wasn't going to help anything. I needed to go look somewhere else. I don't think she got that far, but okay. The tense music. I guess she could have gone to the garden. Shoot. Nothing in the treatment center either. I need to find her quick or she's gonna do something bad. If we hadn't stopped Quark. I need to hurry. I headed to the garden next. There we go. Is she dead among the lilies? I'd only gone a few steps from the walkway through the grass when I stopped short. Alice!
There you are. Good. I'm glad you showed up.
Huh?
I just got here a minute ago. She was like this when I found her. When you showed up, I was getting ready to carry her to the infirmary.
Then she's alive?
Yeah. Her breathing and pulse seem normal. She doesn't appear to have any obvious external wounds.
So she's just unconscious.
Looks like it.
What about the scalpel?
Doesn't look like she has it.
Well, that's sketchy.
Figure she probably dropped it on the way here. Anyway, we need to get her to the infirmary. Give me a hand here.
Right. Alice was lighter than I'd expected. And Fi and I managed to set off toward the infirmary at a brisk trot.
All right, please pay attention, everyone. You need to hear this. The Atom has finished scanning Alice.
What did it say?
Her results are identical to Quark's. She has also been infected with Radical 6.
And apparently is not made of Ice 9, or you'd think it would flag on that. The water in your body is not normal. On our way back, Fi had gone off to retrieve the rest of the participants. 7 sets of eyes widened as Luna spoke.
Oh no. No! What's going to happen to her?
Well, like I said before, there's only one way to cure Radical 6. There's a special antiviral treatment. Do you know what immunoglobulin is?
Immunogoblin?
It's another name for antibodies. Some people have antibodies that can fight off Radical 6. Those antibodies are the basis for Excelivir.
Wait, what about those paws in the treatment center? Can't we just stick them in those?
Right. I thought of that too, so I went and took a closer look at them. Unfortunately...
They can't cure it.
Correct. They can suppress the symptoms for a while, but they can't kill the virus itself. The only way we can help Alice and Quark is if we can find some Excelivir.
But the pods will keep them from getting any worse, right?
Yes.
Well, then what are we waiting for?
I mean, we might as well put them in there. What are we boofing at? What is it?
One of you, grab Alice. We're going to the treatment center.
As he spoke, Tenmayoji moved over to Quark and lifted his small, unconscious body off the bed. Quark shifted slightly as Tenmayoji moved him, and something fell out of his pocket with a soft clink.
Yes, what is it? What? Enough. You don't have to bark at the door anymore.
No, I think that was...
There's someone out there. There's someone out there. I must go get him. Must go get him.
That's usually what that is. Her mum high is jumping. I bent down slowly and picked it up. Is this medicine?
What?
Well, what is it?
Hold on. There's a name on the label here. Excelivir.
Excelivir! You found it, Sigma! That's the one thing that can cure Radical 6.
Why did Quark have it?
Perhaps he found it earlier.
Oh, that would explain. He found it and then passed out and no one else knew about it. Earlier when?
We explored the laboratory. It was on the other side of the red door. I happened to notice Quark putting something in his pocket.
He hid it?
Whether or not that was his intention is unclear. I did not have the opportunity to ask, as he collapsed immediately afterwards. It didn't feel appropriate to go digging around in his pockets for it after that. And to be honest, it had also slipped my mind. We were rather preoccupied with getting him to the infirmary as quickly as possible.
Who cares about the we have it! Hurry up and give it to him, Luna.
Hey, hold on a minute. What about Alice?
Does it really matter if she goes first or not?
I'm sorry, but I don't think we can do that.
What?
There's only enough here for one person.
That's a lot of liquid that they're sticking in you.
The only way we have to administer this is with the injection gun. And the way it functions, It uses a whole bottle each time you pull the trigger.
Well, that's sketchy. It's hard to dose people properly. What?
In other words, we can't split the dose in two or something.
Right.
Can't we just pour half the dose into another bottle? I mean, this doesn't seem like an insurmountable problem. While we all stood stunned, Fi moved. Stepping over to Quark, she quickly ran her hands through his clothes, then stepped back with a frown and a small shake of her head.
Nothing. That one bottle was it.
The laboratory could theoretically make more anyway. Do you think there might be some more back in the laboratory?
No, unfortunately not.
No.
Oh, God.
Just enough medicine for one dose.
Only one person can be saved.
Who should we give it to?
Alice or Quark?
What the hell is this? There's no way we're only going to save one of them.
What are we going to do?
Do I have to spell it out? We're going to save them both.
How?
That's, I needed to calm down. Think. There had to be some way to save both of them. We saw the equipment in the laboratory that could duplicate it, and it was equipment we never used in the puzzle. So, in theory, there is a way to do that. But again, it also seems like you could have just used the old bottle from the, Soparil Beta that you just injected Quark with. Whole bottle of that, which seems a little dangerous. And just split the bottle in half, and then it uses what it's got in it. I don't know. It was there. I knew it. IG, immunoglobulin.
Do you know what immunoglobulin is? It's another name for antibodies. Some people have antibodies that can fight off Radical 6.
Yeah, the replicator. IG replicator?
Replicator makes it sound like it makes copies of stuff.
So it's like a copy machine.
Yeah. Probably copies IG, whatever that is.
And there's a bottle in it. There you go. Any
Who
ideas?
knows? Ice cream by the gallon?
That'd be nice. Now I want ice cream. I really want an ice cream sandwich now. That's it. I've got it. The IG replicator in the laboratory. It's an immunoglobulin replicator machine.
What?
If I told you you had a nice antibody. That's the achievement name for that. Passing that lock. It can copy immunoglobulin. Antibodies. Luna just said Excelivir is made from antibodies. That means we can make more Excelivir.
Hold on a moment. There is a strange device in the laboratory that says IG replicator on it. Clover and I examined it thoroughly when we were in that room.
Yeah, we never could figure out what it did though.
Exactly. My question is, how do you know about it, Sigma?
I saw it when I was in the laboratory.
When was that?
Probably when you were looking for Alice, right?
No. Dio was wrong. I hadn't gone to the laboratory when I was looking for Alice. I didn't think I'd ever been to the laboratory. So how did I know about the IG replicator?
If what he's saying is true, then we should be able to duplicate the Excelivir.
Yeah, but Sigma, take that as an excuse and just say, oh yeah, it was when I was looking for Alice. Don't tell them, oh no, I have weird memories that I don't remember actually having, and Clover was there too. Clover and Dio were with me. Yeah, no, that's... Don't say that explanation, Sigma. Let's go with the excuse.
That would mean we could cure Alice and Quark.
Let's go have a look then. The laboratory, right?
Yeah, no time to waste.
We all nodded. Wait, we can't leave them here all alone. Luna, do you think you could stay behind and look after them?
Oh, of course. I'd be happy to.
All right then, let's go. Yeah, let's leave the medical professional behind when we do the thing where we need to replicate antibodies. Sure. We should leave somebody with her though. Just in case. just in case Luna turns out to be a psycho killer, or, you know, one of the other two wakes up and decides to start getting stab happy again. There's lots of reasons. Buddy system. Here we go.
So this is the lab, huh?
That's got a vibe to it, yeah.
Yes.
Where's this IG replicator thing?
Right here. See?
So this can copy the Accelavir?
I think so.
What are we waiting for?
Calm down, all right? Don't rush me. I carefully lowered the small vial of Accelavir into the slot on the side of the machine. An empty vial already protruded from the other side. Presumably, that was where the duplicated Accelavir would go. Ready? When I push this button, it should...
Skip it. Just press the damn thing.
Right. And pressed. Ah, the magic of technology. Did it work?
Have a look. The empty vial has something in it now.
And the vial Sigma used remains as it was. It does not seem to have lost any of its contents.
So, it worked?
Would have been pretty bad if it hadn't.
All right, let's get this thing back to the infirmary. Ooh, how many people are dead? How many people are dead? I reached down and pulled both vials from the machine, intending to slip them deftly into my pocket. Oh, shit.
What happened?
Sorry. My hand slipped.
You dropped one of them?
Yeah. Just one, though.
What in the hell? What if you'd broken it, you idiot?
Why don't we make another one, too? Just in case. That way we have some of it left over if we need to cure somebody else. Come on. If it had broken, then we could have just made another copy. Before Tenmyoji could reply, Phi spoke.
Guys?
I was surprised to hear her voice coming from near my feet. I looked down to see her staring intently at something beneath the table.
You see? It did break!
No, the vial's fine. See?
She held it up in one hand, but didn't move her eyes.
Then what the heck is going on down there?
Take a look.
She slid back from the table quickly and silently. The rest of us bent down to look. Oh, there's number 2. So far in this route, we found 2 bombs. This is the first time we've actually found any of them, so, you know. A bomb?
Whoa. Really? That makes 2 then.
Guess Kay was right after all.
So there were more bombs.
So it would seem.
Of course,
Was this here when you guys
still
came
don't
through
know
the
if
first
there's
time?
Only 4.
No, it was not.
Oh God, Sigma, boy, are you looking way more sus now. You knew things about the laboratory, and there happens to be a bomb here, and no one saw you in here. Ooh, oh man.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, and I looked real hard. Then somebody must have said it while we were looking for Alice.
Who the hell would do that?
We were all out looking for Alice. It could have been any of us.
No, not any of us. I was back in the infirmary. Quark was still out, so I was keeping an eye on him.
So we shouldn't consider you a suspect, is that right?
Yeah, Quark's off the list too.
But Tenmyoji, you have no proof that you spent the entire time in the infirmary, do you?
What?
You could have quietly made your way to the laboratory, planted the bomb.
That's insane! Listen to yourself! There's no way in hell I'd have left Quark all by himself to go plant a goddamn bomb!
Tenmyoji was still staring furiously at Kay when Clover spoke up.
Hey, what's this thing?
I turned in time to see her grab something from under the table.
It looks like a memory card.
Oh,
Where was it?
Right under the bomb. It was down on the floor under the table.
Could it have been put here by the same person who set the bomb? There was nothing like it here when we examined this room.
Do you think they dropped it accidentally?
Unless it was left here intentionally, yes. I imagine so.
What do you think's on it?
Let's take a look. Could I see it for a minute?
Yeah, I guess so.
Sigma just snaps it in half. I plucked the card out of her hand and looked around the room. Nothing. Shoot. No dice. We'll need to plug it into something that can read memory cards, but I don't see anything here.
So what do we do?
Come on, if I knew, I'd be doing it.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
What? When did the doors even open?
All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Guys, I think maybe we should get back to the top floor.
Yeah, you're right. We've got what we came here for.
What should we do about the, bomb?
Not much we can do except leave it here. Alice said it'd be dangerous to touch them.
True, but
Drop it. We can talk about the bombs later. Right now we need to take care of Alice and Quark.
Right. So we'll go back to the infirmary, give them Excelsior, then head to the Flore warehouse.
Right.
This isn't going to matter, right?
This ought to do it.
Okay.
It might take a little while, but they should recover.
Her voice was quiet as she backed away from Alice and Quark. In her hand was the injection gun. She carefully removed the empty vial and placed it gently in the cabinet with the other one. While we were in the laboratory, Luna had moved Quark to a crude cot. They both looked peaceful as they slept. The madness I'd seen on their faces before was completely gone.
Are they really going to be all right?
Yes, the analysis I did on the vials confirmed that the duplicate was real Excelsior. The original was genuine too, of course. Now that they've been treated,
it's only a matter of time before the virus is eliminated.
I believe so, yes.
Oh man, what a relief. I was really worried.
Clover grinned. Agreed. I gave her a reassuring pat on the back.
5 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
I mean, it's really weird, right? Because we never heard that the AB gate had been open.
All right, everybody. We can be relieved later. Right now we need to get to the AB rooms and fast.
Damn.
It's kind of odd.
Don't even have time to catch our breath.
Come on, let's go. The Flore warehouse is waiting. Okay. Well, just double checking what we're doing here. Huh? Where's Tenmayoji?
He stayed back in the infirmary.
What?
Why?
Well, when we were all heading out, I noticed he wasn't doing anything. So I asked him if he was coming with us, and this is what I got.
I'm still worried about Quark and Alice. I think I'll stick around and make sure they're okay.
I see. That means that Phi's only opponent will be Dio.
One-on-one, huh?
Ugh.
That's cool. Nothing to worry about.
Mm-hmm. Nothing to worry about, huh?
I plan to choose ally. You know why?
Because I've only got one BP.
Exactly. If you chose ally and I betrayed you, your BP would drop below 0 and... well, we know what happens then.
Oh, yeah, Dio, but we already know you kill people, so... yeah.
I want to win, but I'm not that desperate.
Oh, really?
You see what I'm saying, right?
Don't believe you, Dio. I really don't. Yeah, Alice is gonna ally by default. And unfortunately, we're going to betray. You know, doesn't feel great. That's what we're gonna do.
Tenmyoji and Dio are a pair. Tenmyoji only had one BP left. Since Dio said he's going to pick ally, Fi can't really pick anything else. If she does, Tenmyoji will...
Oh god. Ugh. Yeah, but you know Dio's gonna pick betray because he has his own self-interest at heart. So, he doesn't care about Fi or Tenmyoji. So definitely betray is the way to go. Oh my god. I wouldn't trust Dio at all. He's proven in how many routes so far you can't trust the man.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Kay and I are gonna be going one-on-one too, right? Since Quark's still sleeping.
That is correct.
How many BP do you guys have?
I've got 6.
As do I.
This will be a tough one then.
If one of them can get the other to ally and then betray that person, the betrayer will have 9 points.
Look, Kay, I know you don't really have any reason to trust me, but...
I know. You would like us both to vote ally, yes?
Yeah.
I agree. If we were to both betray, then we would gain no points. We would lose nothing either, but that's hardly relevant. If both of us cooperate, then we will both gain 2 points, which is much more beneficial.
Yeah, but there's the option of if you convince the other person that ally is the best thing, then you betray. Oh, good God. No, that's another just pick betray.
Right.
Because you can't
Okay,
trust the
good.
other person. Because Kay has done this before as well.
You're really gonna do it, right?
Yes,
Promise?
promise.
Ugh. I don't believe you either, Kay, and that's hard.
1 minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
Shit, this is bad. We need to move, now!
Indeed. Shall we?
Dio, Kay, Fi, and Clover all took off immediately, heading into different A-B rooms. Counting from the left, Dio went into room 3, Kay went into room 4, and Fi and Clover went into rooms 5 and 6 respectively. That left Luna and myself. What do you think about taking the one on the far left?
Sounds good.
Our favorite room. With that settled, we headed into A-B room number 1. Okay.
"30 seconds remain until Ambidex game polling closes."
It's probably a little late to say this, but you know Alice is still in the infirmary, so...
You're saying we should pick ally, right? Since Alice is going to default to that anyway.
Yes.
I know. It's not really fair to betray somebody who isn't voting. Luna's face broke into a warm, happy smile. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing. I think he's at 5 points. Because I think he was in the pair, or in the set that, allied the first round, that did the double ally. And it was surprising, right? Because we're like, this is literally the first time that Dio has ever been on a team that's picked ally. So that was super surprising. Yeah. So the only people that can win are Kay and Clover, I think, this round. However, I don't like sitting at 1 BP. That's kind of scary. For a minute, the nunnery game didn't seem so scary.
10
He
seconds
only has
remain
5 because they did the
until
double ally,
Amidex's
so they
game
ended up
holding
with
closes.
only getting 2 points each. Alice could win if she picked Betray, but she's not in there. If everyone looks like a mark, chances are you're the mark. Yep.
9, 8, 7.
And I did verify
6, 5, 4,
as much as
3,
it.
2, 1.
I mean, if you want, we can see what happens when we ally. But Betray is the way to go. We also haven't gotten a bad end yet, so I'll show you what happens if we ally. We'll see how badly this goes. Because we can always come back to this choice in a minute. So this won't get us to the ending, but that's okay. I've been meaning to get a bad end anyway.
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
The bad ends have sometimes provided extra information, I
Results
suppose.
will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation. Ambidex gates now opening.
I'm pretty sure just Sigma dies normally, somehow or another. And it's not always clear who done it. Luda and I stepped out of the AB room. All right, let's go have a look at the results.
Okay.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Oh, hold on. All the doors were open. Oh, I guess they could have been open anyway, but I'm a little worried. Yeah, saw that going. Saw that going. Yeah, that. She's actually in there. And she killed me. That's what it is. I saw when all the rooms opened at the end, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Her room was closed. It hadn't been opened. Oh, here we go.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly.
Goodbye, world.
Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
And she's out of here. I bet. Well, they could all be open after voting, but they close again when you go in them. And lock, but if hers had never been opened in the first place, there would be no reason to open it again. But, you know, who knows? What? It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No, that's not possible. Unless she came down here, opened the door, pressed betray, and then left. Well, no, that wouldn't have mattered. She wouldn't have been able to do that. Actually, it locks you in when you vote. How can Alice's vote be betray? It was a question I would never know the answer to. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic Soparil. I blinked, and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble, then gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor.
Sigma!
Well, we're going to find out why it's betray, because,
Sigma!
we're gonna pick betray next time.
Hang on! Oh no! Sigma! Get up!
Sigma!
Sigma!
No. Why?
My eyelids felt like they were made of lead, but I forced them open. Everything was growing blurry, but I noticed that the door of the second AB room was open. No one had gone into that room. I'd watched them all. And yet, there she stood, an apparition that couldn't possibly be real. Alice? The world was gradually going black, and my mouth refused to form words, but my head echoed with questions. How? Why? What was she doing there? Had she run in at the last moment after Luna and I entered our room? But even if she had, why choose betray? Then the darkness closed over my mind as well, and my questions were gone forever. We needed a bad end anyway, for achievements. So that's what happens if we think everything's going our way. Yeah, it's not. It's really not. Given the way the other pairings were going, though, I was pretty sure. It is an ending, I guess. Alright. Let's go back in the flowchart. Let's see. Yes, we got a lovely skull end. Can you guess what that end is? And that end. And that one. And that one. And that one. And probably that, this one over here. There's a lot of death. Pretty much if we don't get an ending here, you can bet that it's an ending where Siggy dies. Anyway. AB game round 2. Yes. Oh. There's a lot of ways to die. Oh good, this takes me just to the decision. That's amazing. No more chit chat, I love it.
30 seconds.
It's, Alice, so... Yes.
30 seconds is actually a fairly long time. You can get a lot done in 30 seconds. Alright.
10 seconds remain until Ambidex's game polling closes.
Oh, I'm sure a bunch of them are dumb.
9, 8, 7.
They're usually the result of
5,
making the wrong choice here
4,
and the other person
3,
killing you off
2,
somehow.
1.
Or somebody escaping. That's just how it usually goes.
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
I think in this case you get a bad end, and it's usually just it's one decision prior, right? So it's not too bad. It's not like, oh, you made a decision 5 decisions ago that led you down this path of death and nothing else.
Results will be displayed in the warehouse.
So it's really easy to backtrack.
Thank you,
and it does kind of tell you
participation.
that it's like, why did this happen? It's like, oh, well, go choose the other answer and you'll find out why.
Ambidex gates now opening.
All right. Alice, I have questions. Luna and I stepped out of the AB room.
Why? What happened to... It's not fair to betray someone who isn't voting. I thought...
She is voting. There was nothing I could think of to say. Even I didn't really understand why I'd picked betray instead. And it almost felt unconscious, like some other part of my mind was making the decision. Perhaps I'd been possessed by some sort of evil spirit that had moved my finger to the betray button against my will. Right, well, we should go see the results.
Really? We already know what they are. It's just simple math.
The look in her eyes was more painful than any punch I'd ever taken. I turned away and almost ran toward the projector. Anything to get away from those eyes.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Yep, betray, betray. Betray, betray. Betray, betray. Oh, we're hanging on with 1 BP. Oof. Uncomfortable.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
Well, we're still alive this time. That's a win. What? It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No. How can Alice's vote be betray? That's not possible. Oh, she looks well. Alice? She was standing inside the second room from the left. The room that should have been empty. Why? My mind was still reeling. Where had she come from? As I was trying to form a sentence, she began to move toward us. From around me, I heard a chorus of muted gasps. It seemed we were united in our surprise and confusion. Alice drew to a stop in front of me and glanced up at the display.
Thought you'd get an easy couple points, huh? Not so easy when you have to look your victim in the eye, is it? Coward.
Me, a coward? You've got some balls saying that to me after you picked betray. Why are you even here?
You gave me the antivirus, didn't you? Tenmyoji told me.
Yeah, that's an anagram in the background. Like it was like welcome to the game or something like that. Is what it came out to be.
Thank you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, honestly.
Yeah, and you still betrayed me, knowing very well that we were going to pick ally because you would ally, and that you would kill me.
But you should still be under the effects of the anesthetic.
Yes, well, I still am. A bit. I have a throbbing headache, and I can barely stand. It's horrible. I'm more resistant to anesthetics than most people, a result of my training. I have a feeling Zero Senior knew that. They gave me way more than the standard dose of that gas when they kidnapped me. In any event, a few minutes ago I woke up in the infirmary. Tenmyoji explained what was going on, and I got here as fast as I could.
So you showed up right after we'd gone into the AB room?
Yes. Right in the nick of time, too. About 10 seconds before the deadline, as I recall.
You did that just so you could betray us?
Right. What? Don't I get to do that? I mean, it turned out to be the right thing to do, didn't it? You two chose betray. If I'd stayed back there, I'd have lost 2 points.
So you're saying it was self-defense?
Yes.
You're full of shit. Self-defense my ass. You chose betray because you wanted out. You had 6 BP. If I'd picked ally, you would have had 9. That's what you were trying to do, right?
So what if I was?
Are you serious? You would have killed me. Look, I only have 1 BP. You were this close to murdering me. Cough, we died in another life. Just admit it. You were planning to kill me so you could escape.
Don't be stupid. I knew you'd choose betray. There was...
Tell the truth.
That is the truth. Why am I the only one getting the 3rd degree here? Look at those results. 2 other people just tried to kill someone.
Fi and Dio.
Yes. If Dio had chosen ally, Fi would have killed Tenmyoji. And if she'd chosen ally, Dio would have killed her.
Yeah, except we all know that Dio would never choose ally, so her choice is not so much anything but actual self-defense.
I don't want to be rude, but it looks like Clover and Kay tried to trick one another. Not that it seems to have worked. If either one had chosen ally, the other one would have 9 BP right now.
Yup. I turned to look at the results again. Before, I'd only been looking at my own. I hadn't realized that there was only one word all across the roster. Betray. Whatever trust we'd managed to build had fallen apart. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Had it been the bombs? Well, Kay and Clover makes a lot of sense because they could survive a betrayal, but like they wouldn't die if they betrayed each other, but if they didn't betray, the other person would definitely get 9 and they couldn't be trusted to not leave. Theirs is like fine, whatever. That's totally legit. Also, Fi's makes tons of sense because we all know what a scumbag Dio is, and he doesn't care about killing them. He already killed someone to be in the game. So, betray is definitely a self-defense there. In Alice's case, though, betray was 100% an attempt to kill us. He did pick ally once. At the very start of this route, he picked Ally. I think he was with Quark. I don't remember who they were up against that time. Maybe it was Clover? But basically, Quark was sort of blackmailing him and said, oh, Mr. Dio wanted to do Betray, but I said Ally. So we knew that Quark wanted to do the Ally, but saying, like, in terms of the game, every time Dio has made a decision, it has been Betray. Every single time. So, fine. Makes a lot of sense to do that. That is a self-defense move. Because she cannot... You can't expect Dio to ever pick Ally. On our case, though, Alice just was being a dick. Or had it been something else? Whatever the reason, if it kept up, we'd never manage to escape. We'd be trapped in a cycle of 0-point rounds for the rest of our lives. Something had to be done. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. All right, guys, pay attention. You've probably already all figured this out, but we can't keep going like this. If we don't start being a little more trusting, we're never going to get out of here. We need to work together. I might as well have been talking to a wall.
My apologies, Sigma, but I need to think on something for a bit. I would appreciate being left alone.
Is this when the bodies start dropping? Okay.
I'll be leaving too. Things are getting a little too intense here for my delicate constitution.
Going to figure out who you need to knife next round so you can survive?
Sorry.
Dio.
Well, in that case...
Tu? Fi?
Yeah, sorry.
I know, delicate my ass. Without another word, she turned and left the warehouse. Dio and Kay quickly followed suit.
See? There's your answer. In the end, everyone's just thinking about themselves. So I would appreciate it if you could not treat me like I'm the only villain here.
Well, you admit you're a villain. That's a step forward.
Come on, Clover. Let's go.
Hold on! I'm coming! Are you feeling okay? I was really worried, you know?
I watched them walk away, Clover practically jumping with delight to have Alice back. Before long, they reached the yellow door and disappeared beyond it. Yeah, this is when we start finding dead bodies and do our final girl circuit, right?
Everyone's gone.
You aren't going to leave too?
No,
Are you sure? I chose Betray.
I know, but I still believe in you, Sigma. I think your hand must have just slipped or something, right?
My chest hurt, and when I blinked, I felt something hot and wet prick the corners of my eyes. Yeah, somewhere, the bodies start dropping, and the bracelets start coming off, and then the points on those bracelets stops mattering because you can't kill someone twice. Yeah. Yep. There's gonna be bodies, right? They're gonna all start killing each other, trying to figure out who they need to kill to be able to get their points to get out of here, right? That's how this is gonna go down. Luna, I bit my lip. Before I could think of anything to say, the metallic rumble of the doors closing echoed through the warehouse.
The Ambidex gates have closed.
Your bracelet would have to have the 9, I think, because if the one attached to you didn't have at least 9 on it when you walked out that door and it was still attached to you, it would inject you because you broke the rules. Like, you can't pass through the door unless you have at least 9 points. So, unfortunately, having someone else's bracelet with a 9 doesn't really help you unless you can get yours off. Which you could, because we've found it previously. We used it to save Phi, I think, in Kay's route. There is a way to counteract the toxin, and there's like 1 dose of it. So we could have, in theory, dosed ourselves and survived, but that, I think, wouldn't have helped us anyway going down this route. So that's why they turned it into a bad end instead of like, oh, if you had the cure, you could have saved yourself.
Round 3 of the Ambidex game will be the star round.
But the best you can do with the bracelets is you can use them to go in the chromatic doors by yourself, and then you get to control basically what both sides choose, because any bracelets you have, if they're solos, you know they're automatically picking ally, so not great.
Star keys.
It's true, no one has
are
tried cutting off their
required
hand.
to open the gates. There is no set limit on usage of the star keys. The Ambidex gates can be opened as many times as the players wish to open them.
As many times as we want, huh?
Yes, as long as we have the star keys. That means we can keep playing the AB game over and over, too. Sigma, could you show me your bracelet?
Why?
Do you remember what Zero Jr. said?
As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up automatically.
The pair and solo assignments hop around a bit, too.
Oh, Zero, I've missed you. Yeah, I remember. Let's see here. I'm a cyan pair. What about you?
I'm a magenta pair.
I wonder what the others are.
They could be anything, I suppose. We won't know until we have a look.
We've got about 80 minutes until the next set of chromatic doors open. So, what should we do now?
Everyone else has gone off on their own.
Yeah, physically and emotionally. I really don't like how this is going. It won't matter how many times we repeat the AB game if nobody trusts anybody else. We'll never be able to get out of here.
Maybe it would help if we all had a common goal. Something to unite our hearts and minds.
Well, yeah, getting out of here doesn't seem to help us with that, does it? Somebody made a crocheted version of Zero plushie. He's so cute. I'm surprised they didn't license that, but maybe they thought that their mature audience would go in for plushies. Kind of a mistake, I think. Yeah, but we've already got something like that. We all want to get out of here. It seems like a pretty clear goal to me, but everybody chose betray, including me.
Well, what if we have an enemy?
An enemy?
Yes, a common foe, like the person who set the bombs, for instance.
After coming back from the lab, I told her about the bomb while she gave Alice and Quark the Accelavir. Yeah, that might work. If we can figure out which one of us planted those bombs, then everyone else would work together against them.
Right.
But how do we figure out who it is?
Well, do you have any clues?
Could we luminol them and take fingerprints? Clues, huh? That's right, the memory card. I pulled it out of my pocket and held it out toward her.
What's this?
I told you, a memory card. It was under the bomb we found in the lab. I think whoever set the bomb dropped it.
Really?
Yeah. Think it's Luna planted the bombs? Well, we'll find out. We still don't know anything about Luna. And we still have a long way to go before we're getting down to her business, I think. Yeah, I don't know what's on it, though. We couldn't find any kind of memory card reader.
Oh, I guess we can't really use it then. Oh, wait a second. You know what? I think I might have seen something.
Huh?
Yes, I remember. The infirmary. I saw it when I was searching the infirmary with Theo and Quark. There was a memory card just like that one.
Then...
Yes, I think we can see what's on it. The computer there should be able to read it.
Oh, good. Didn't last time we go in the AB room to read it? Because that's they were like, that's where we have memory cards. No, actually, we watched the logs on this. Never mind. Luna and I exploded into the infirmary, nearly running into Alice, Clover, and Tenmayoji. Quark was there as well, of course, but he was just as we'd left him, asleep on the bed.
What are you doing here?
I opened my mouth to retort, then thought better of it. If I really wanted people to start trusting each other, well, real change starts at home. Yeah, it does. You gotta start with yourself. As quickly as I could, I explained the second bomb and the memory card, and how we'd come to the infirmary in hopes we could discover the contents of the ladder.
Okay.
Then stick it in already!
Go ahead.
Right. Well, you guys stopped me and asked me what I was doing. You just let me finish. You'd have seen it. Just as Luna had said, there was a small slot under the screen, exactly the right size to fit a memory card. Within moments, the screen was filled with what appeared to be random letters. Uh-oh. Do I need to get my writing better? Yeah, my pen and paper for bomb codes. What is this?
6 rows, 22 letters each.
It looks like the odd rows use one set of letters, and the even rows use another set.
I see the word one in the odd rows.
In other words, the first 2 rows just repeat.
Yeah.
Is this some kind of code or something?
It doesn't look random to me. I think there might be a pattern. I just don't know what it is.
Was there anything else on there?
No, it doesn't look like it.
So, all we get is this gibberish. Hey, Alice. You haven't said anything for a while. What's up?
Does any of this look familiar to you, Clover?
What do you mean?
Have you seen something like this before? Maybe during your training?
Training?
This is...
So you do recognize it.
All right, knock it off, you two. How about you share it with the rest of the class?
Yes, please. Alice sighed and stretched her neck from side to side.
I believe this is an encoded message from a terrorist organization.
What?
They call themselves the Myrmidons.
Ah, Dio's crew. Good to know. Myrmidons. For some reason, I felt like I'd heard that name before.
What are the Myrmidons?
Put simply, they're a bunch of thugs who are trying to destroy or dismantle most of human civilization.
So this thing we're looking at, you think it's theirs?
Well, they have a number of different codes, but I do think this is one of them.
Then the bomb?
It was set by one of the Myrmidons, wasn't it?
Yes.
Ah, so Dio. That's like we thought from the beginning. Dio, running around setting bombs.
Well, I can't say for sure, of course, but it seems likely.
Damn. I've got a ton of questions for you. But let me start with this one. What the heck does that thing say?
I don't know.
What?
How am I supposed to decode it? I don't have the key. Without a key, it would take literally hundreds of years to decode.
Or a brute force computer program. Ah.
What about you, Clover?
Well, if Alice doesn't know how, I sure don't.
See.
Not much we can do then. We can come back to that code stuff later. I've got another question. Alice, Clover, who the hell are you? Why do you know about this code?
That's...
You told me that your job was to eliminate enemies of the state, or something like that. Just what the hell kind of a job is that? I think it's time you told us what you do. She looks so thrilled about this suggestion.
Sorry, but I can't.
Why not?
Because you might be one of them. You might be the person who set the bomb.
That's idiotic. Of course I'm not.
Really? And where's your proof? For all I know, you're my enemy. I can't tell you anything.
I'm not your enemy. I'm your ally. I'm your friend. I just want all of us to get out of here. Just, please, tell us. We can't all be Myrmidons. We're not all clones of the Great Leader. Wait, Great Leader's brother. Scratch that. Please, we need to find out who did this so we can all escape. But we have too little information. We need your help. Fine. If you won't tell us about yourself, then just tell us about the Myrmidons. What else do you know about them?
I'm sorry.
Before I could blink, she'd leapt up and run out of the room. She knows how to crack it if she has the key, so it seems like you would try keys. Brute force the keys. Hey, wait, Alice! I took off after her.
How long are you going to keep following me?
Until you tell me what you know.
Then why don't you just ask Clover?
Clover?
You already know she works with me.
Well, yeah.
Then why don't you...
I wanted to hear it from you.
Why?
That's a good question. Remember the crew quarters? Or this garden? We got paired up for 2 separate rounds. That means I've spent more time with you than anybody else here. Maybe that's it. I guess I'm just curious about you.
What are you talking about?
She spun around to hide it, but I caught a blush of red on her cheeks. We walked down the path to where it ended next to the pond. Grab some tomatoes while you're there. Good snacks, man. I stayed silent. We still haven't opened that tombstone either, by the way. Alice sat down on the bench. We gazed at the smooth surface of the pond for several long minutes before she began to speak.
You don't hate me?
What? Why?
I tried to kill you.
You mean in the AB game?
Yes.
98 degrees isn't all you need to make her melt. Sigma's got the charm, right?
I was so scared. Who wouldn't be? Kidnapped and locked up, forced to play some sort of bizarre game. And then we found that bomb. I know I probably sounded calm, but as soon as we found that thing, all I wanted to do was run away from it as fast as I could. Things just went downhill from there.
What do you mean?
I remember hearing that Quark had collapsed and running to the infirmary with everyone else. When I got there, I realized I couldn't understand what anyone was saying. And everything looked... I don't know how to describe it. It was like watching a video on fast forward, only it was real. Then I started to feel like... It's hard to explain. I guess you could say I didn't feel like I was myself, and it only got worse.
Well, you know, they need a bit of a MacGuffin in here. That's all it is. That was probably the Radical Six.
Yes, I think so. I don't remember much after that. But when I woke up in the infirmary, suddenly all that fear was back. So all I could think about was getting out of this place as fast as I could. It never even crossed my mind that it could kill you. God help me, even if it had, I don't think I would have cared. See? I'm horrible. You hate me, don't you? Just do it!
What? Do what?
Kill me! Get it over with!
What the hell, Alice? I'm not going to kill you. I don't even hate you.
You're lying! I could have killed you. I would have killed you.
Come on, calm down. No one's killing anyone. Well, except for Dio. But we'll leave that one aside. A single tear rolled down Alice's cheek. Then another, and another, leaving shining lines across her face. When I reached out, I saw her tense just slightly. Slowly, I brushed my thumb across her cheek and off, taking her tears with it.
Why are you doing this? You know,
Because I'm Sigma?
you kind of remind me of my father.
Oh god, please don't let us be Alice's father. We're already K. That would be way too awkward. That's who you were after, right? The people who killed your dad.
Yes.
Did they have anything to do with the Myrmidons?
Will you promise not to tell Clover that I cried?
Come on.
If you keep your mouth shut, I'll tell you what you want to know. About myself. And about the Myrmidons. Deal?
Sure. Well, at least we're not pulling the Junpei thing of, looking at, like, how he looked at Lotus's boobs while she was doing the computer stuff. Yeah, at least the camera's not focused on those. Sure. My lips are sealed.
Really?
What crying? I don't remember any crying.
Good. All right, then.
Alice took a deep breath and began. My father is Egyptian, but my mother is French. They met while my mother was in Egypt on vacation and married shortly thereafter. When I was 3, we all moved to the US. My father was a scientist and his field was cloning. He was recruited by an American lab, which was why we moved. Both of my parents had used English around me from the time I was born, so I didn't have any problems adapting to life in the United States. By my 9th birthday, we'd been there for 6 years. That was when it happened. In the middle of the day, my mother showed up at school. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she didn't say anything to me on the drive home. When we arrived, there were several policemen there to meet us. My father had always been a very punctual man, and when dinner time came and went with no sign of him, even I began to realize something terrible had happened. It wasn't until several years later that I finally learned the truth. My father's lab had been attacked by terrorists, and he had been kidnapped. Yeah, she would have Egyptian blood. I mean, she looks like she would. I mean, that's also probably why people keep mistaking her for an Egyptian princess. Go figure. For the rest of my childhood, my mother raised me by herself. I didn't realize it then, but it must have been incredibly difficult for her as a single mother alone in a country where any relatives were a transatlantic flight away. She did her best not to let me see it, but every so often when she thought she was alone, the mask would fall away, and in every line of her face I could see the exhaustion and loneliness. As much as I missed my father, it was those moments that made me wish more than anything that he'd never been taken. Fortunately, I was an excellent student and did especially well in math. I earned a full-ride scholarship straight out of high school and spent the next several years studying. After graduation, I took a job with the Department of Defense, hoping that they might have the resources to help me look for my father. I was immediately assigned to the Special Office of Internal Security. Their purpose is to investigate and sometimes deal with terrorist organizations and other serious threats to the state. I could tell my mother wasn't happy about my decision, but she chose to remain silent about it. Eventually, I learned that the terrorist organization that had taken my father was none other than the Myrmidons, although at the time that name didn't mean anything to me. They were suspected of human cloning. Specifically, it was thought that they had been using cloning techniques to copy their most useful members and expand their ranks. The Myrmidons apparently believed that they could use cloning to create a new race of humans. Now, at last, I knew the reason for my father's abduction. The commander of the Myrmidons is a man named Left. We know his name and his gender, but not his appearance or his age. The Myrmidons are closely associated with a cult known as Free the Soul. We believe that Free the Soul provides their funding, but trying to pin any kind of misdeeds on the cult's leader, a man named Brother, is like trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. Brother is supposed to be fairly advanced in years, and rumors say he's so old he can't even get out of bed. Unfortunately, his mind seems to be as sharp as ever. At that point, I hit a wall. I knew the Myrmidons had been behind my father's kidnapping, but that was all I could learn about them. Then, one day, I got a tip that some of them were hiding in a building in the Nevada desert. I headed out immediately. On the way there, my car had some engine trouble and stalled out. I was trying to decide what to do when an SUV appeared out of nowhere. I'll give you one guess who was behind the steering wheel. Clover. That was the first time we met. There were 4 other people in the car with her, and when I asked them what they were doing, I got what was just about the last answer I'd expected. They told me they'd been locked up inside of the very building I'd been on my way to investigate, and that they were currently in the pursuit of the people who had kidnapped them in the first place. My priorities shifted very quickly. After a short discussion, I convinced them to allow me to come along. My hope was to find the people they were chasing, who I was certain were Myrmidons. In the end, however, we were unable to track them down. In fact, I still don't know where they might have gone. They're also not Myrmidons, guaranteed. I promise you that. Eventually, I took Clover and her companions to SOIS headquarters. We decided that involving the police would only complicate things. After some questioning, it was determined that the people who had instigated this particular event were not connected to the Myrmidons. We did, however, discover that the mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearance of several children 9 years prior was connected to Free the Soul. Oh boy. Was our good buddy Ace a member of the cult? There was also a sixth person in the SUV, although they weren't riding in it per se. A middle-aged man who I'll just call H for now, Hungo, had been bound and placed in the trunk. According to the other four, he had been behind the disappearance of the children 9 years earlier. We also learned that his pharmaceutical company, a major player on the world stage, was effectively controlled by Free the Soul. Oh, well, that's new. More specifically, I suppose, H was a member of Free the Soul, and very committed to their cause. So why had he kidnapped all those children? Apparently, it had been part of an experiment designed to test the ability of certain people to access what's called the morphogenetic field. I don't imagine you've ever heard of it before, so I'll try and give you a quick rundown. Simply put, these people can access a sort of field that allows their consciousness to resonate with the consciousnesses of certain other people. To be honest, it might be simpler to just call it telepathy. The SOIS had heard of this particular ability before, and had actually used it in a number of investigations, so I wasn't surprised to learn of its existence. I was shocked, however, to learn that these experiments had been carried out by a member of Free the Soul. If that was the case, then Brother must have known about it. The thought of him discovering a way to control and harness that power was terrifying. It wasn't too long after the incident in Nevada that another tip about the Myrmidons crossed my desk. This time, it claimed that the Myrmidons intended to launch a large-scale biological terrorist attack. My bosses decided that we needed more agents to deal with a threat of that magnitude, and Clover was recruited. Because she'd been a test subject in H's experiment, we knew she had the ability to access morphogenetic field, and we wanted to put that ability to use. After several months of training, she was sent on her first mission. She would be tasked with the infiltration and investigation of a Myrmidon cloning lab. I was assigned to be her commanding officer. I hoped that our investigation might also give me a lead on my father's whereabouts. At last, I had a chance to find out what had happened to him. I wouldn't let that chance pass me by. Perhaps that was what kept me from noticing the truth. The whole operation was a trap. The lab was fake, and Clover was captured almost immediately. I got there as fast as I could, but when I arrived, the building was only an empty shell. All of the conspirators who had pretended to be researchers and the like had already fled. I searched frantically for Clover until at last, in a basement room, I found her. She'd been tied to a chair, but on the floor next to her was another body. It was my father. He looked as if he'd just been dumped there, and when I got to him, his body was already cold. He was covered in dark, ugly bruises. It wasn't until later that I learned he had died from ruptured organs and internal bleeding. They had beaten him to death. As soon as Clover had been captured, a Myrmidon in a mask had come to visit her. He'd said that unless she wanted to end up like my father, she would leave them alone and tell her masters at the SOIS to do likewise. In retrospect, they must have known who I was and who my father was. That was why they'd killed him. Perhaps they'd thought they were sending a message to me, or that once he was gone, I'd lose my reason for chasing them.
Oh, that's a mistake.
They were very, very wrong. I took Clover with me and left. I tried to console myself with the fact that I had, at least, been able to save her. Sometime later, I received a call from the coroner. He told me that there was something I needed to see. There in the morgue was my father, cold and pale on a steel table. I could barely stand to look at him, but the coroner insisted. On his arm were 2 rows of numbers, comprised of 8s and 9s. It took me a moment to recognize my father's handwriting. He had carved them into his own skin. On his chest was another message, but they were letters this time, not numbers. Not many, just enough to make a short sentence. I love you, Alice. I broke down crying, right there in the morgue. They were the first tears I'd shed since the operation had started, and there was no stopping them. There would be no forgiveness. Not for the monsters who'd put my father through this. They destroyed my family. I would make them pay, even if I had to die to do it. That night I made a promise to myself. I would avenge my father. It didn't take long to figure out that the numbers he'd written were latitude and longitude. They pointed to a chemical factory that had been disguised as an abandoned building. Further investigation revealed that it was the mother lode we'd been looking for, the headquarters of the Myrmidons. I think my father must have known how things would turn out. Knowing he was going to die, he'd written the directions to our enemy's fortress on his own body. He'd sacrificed too much for me to waste this opportunity with recklessness. This time, our operation would succeed. This time, I wouldn't let my excitement put Clover or any of my other agents in danger. So we took our time. We gathered information. We did our research, and we planned. Finally, we were ready. December 25th, 2028 was going to be the day we finally set foot inside the Myrmidon stronghold. But then, on the 22nd, only 3 days before the operation was scheduled to begin, a man in a gas mask appeared. So you inhaled that gas, passed out, and woke up here in the AB room?
Yes. Well, there it is. Everything that's happened with the Myrmidons and me. I left a few of the details out, of course, but you get the idea.
Yeah. Thanks. She gave me a sad sort of smile and stood up.
We should go back.
Not yet. Your story explained a lot, but there's still one big question.
Which is?
Who here is a Myrmidon? One of us planted the bombs. And based off the code we found, it's pretty clear that the person is a Myrmidon. Right?
Yes.
And I agree that we need to figure out who they are.
What do you propose we do?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Do you have any clues?
Clues? Well, if I could decrypt that code, it might tell us something, but...
How can we do that?
I told you. We need a key. Without that, it's pointless.
What's a key?
A key is a key. It allows you to sort of unlock a code. Myrmidons usually use this huge string of numbers as a key.
Wait. A long string of numbers? Could that be? Oh, here we go. Payoff, finally. Seven 83809 42419905551.
What the hell?
He was convicted of a string of numbers. I was almost as surprised as she was. The numbers had just kind of appeared in my mind, and I was saying them before I knew what I was doing. Alice looked at me incredulously, and I stared back.
Wait, can you say that again?
78153 61098 83809 42419 90551.
That's 198,449,351 to the third power.
Wow, you are good with math. I would never have known that. What?
That number you just told me. Prime factor decomposition on that number gets you 198,449,351 to the third power.
You're talking about reducing an integer to a series of prime numbers that you multiply together to get it, right? Like if you have 30, then you'd get 2 times 3 times 5, right?
Exactly. You probably learned that in junior high, right?
So you're saying that 198,449,351 is a prime. And if you multiply it by itself 3 times, you'd get the really big long number.
Yes.
Don't tell me you just did all that in your head.
I did do all of that in my head. Simple mental arithmetic.
What? No way. That's impossible.
I told you.
I knew people that could do stuff like that, and it always blew me away. I might be okay at math, but I'm not that good.
I'm better at math than most people.
That's not better at math.
Look at you. You just recited a huge string of numbers. That seems pretty astounding, too. Where did you find that number anyway?
I didn't know what to say. What would I tell her? That it just came to me?
Can't tell me, huh? Fine. I'm pretty sure that's the key to the code, though. I know the Myrmidons use prime factors for their keys, and there aren't a lot of 25-digit numbers that turn out to be the third power of a prime number. I think there's a very good chance that number you memorized was specifically created by someone.
Uh-huh. Could you explain that with small words?
Well, look at the prime factors of your number. 198,449,351 to the third power. I think that's our hint for cracking the code. You still don't get it? Try to remember the code we saw in the infirmary. What did it say on the monitor?
I think the first row was CQUJHNMTEONERAXDFMIOVP.
And the second row?
BYOL, bring your own luck? Or is that bring your own lock? WXYPXSVZEQGTXTK RTLED. I think. Then they just repeat.
Wow, you've got a pretty impressive memory. We could really use someone like you back at the...
Well, keep going. How do we decode that?
You use 198,449,351 to point you to the right letters.
It does repeat 3 times. How do we do that?
Well, the first number is 1, so take the first letter. The next number is 9, so go 9 letters over from the first one. Then 8 from that one. Just keep going until you get something. Make sense?
Yes, that does make sense. I ran over what she'd said in my head. The prime number Alice had given me was 198,449,351. So what would we get if we picked out the letters like she'd explained? First letter would be C in the top left. We'd move 9 to the right, which would give you O. Then 8 more to the right. Eventually we'd get a word. And that word was... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. The code sheet won't be displayed when you input your answer. Oh, Jesus. That's not helpful. Why would you do that to me, game? Okay. I guess I will solve it now. Why would you do that? Okay, so we know that we have a C, we have an O, and then 8 O for a C. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's an M. Then 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. P. 1, 2, 3, 4. L, it's gonna be like complete something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's an E. T. E. C. It just says completed. Okay. That actually didn't take long. Yes, thank you. It's like wants to make triple sure that you know what you're doing. There we go. Yeah, you're just counting the letters across the row. So like the first one was C, and then you counted 9 letters over to get the O, and then just kept using the next number from the numbers. It wasn't too bad, but I'm sitting there like poking my screen and counting letters. How hard would it have been to just put the strings of letters up there? But for me to look at while I'm doing the puzzle. Oh my god, come on guys. You can totally do it. You had plenty of screen real estate. You did it. Completed. That's it. That's the answer.
Completed? Are you sure?
Yeah. I did exactly what you told me to do, and the word I got is completed. Well, actually, it's completed, completed, completed. The code and the letters repeat every 2 lines. It just repeats.
Well, I can't remember the code like you can, but if you're certain, I believe you.
I'm definitely certain.
All right, then. I wonder what completed is supposed to mean, though.
What? Aside from the obvious, you mean? I'm guessing here it means mission complete. So that's what the transmitter was for.
Huh? What are you talking about? What transmitter?
I barely even heard her. Suddenly my mind was full of memories that hadn't been there a moment before. It was like a wave had washed away the sand, revealing a bed of precious gems underneath. To land at Dio's ending.
Oh, Holy Father, Holy Brother, Holy Master, my sacred mission is at last complete. With these 2 hands, mankind
here we
is
go.
saved. I am your will made flesh. In your name, I give thanks.
Damn it. Why hadn't I realized it before? I could remember a series of numbers, but not this. At least I remembered it now. Dio was a member of the Myrmidons. Not just any member, he was their leader. That meant he had to be the one who planted the bombs.
Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah.
Then answer my question. What the hell was that? What's this about a transmitter?
I didn't trust myself to try and explain it to her. More than likely, she'd just think I was insane. Even I could barely make sense of the sudden influx of new information.
Wait. Don't tell me you're one of the Myrmidons.
If I was, do you really think I'd reveal myself like this?
Point.
Out of nowhere, Clover appeared. Uh-oh. Who's dead now?
Oh, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Really?
We're all down in the floor B warehouse. Well, all of us but Luna and Quark.
Why?
We've still got 45 minutes until the white door's open.
I know that.
Oh, well, okay. Hey, wait a minute. I thought UK and Quark didn't know about the white doors.
Tenmyoji told us about them. He said he'd show us where they were, so we all followed him down to the floor B warehouse.
Is there a body there?
I'm assuming you left Quark with Luna?
Yeah. Anyway, when we showed up, Phi and Kay were already there.
So?
Well, all of a sudden, Phi, Tenmyoji, and Dio
glitch.
all started yelling at each other.
What?
Why? Did something happen?
According to Clover, the last AV game had been the cause of their fight. Even though Tenmyoji only had 1 BP, Phi had chosen Betray. They started to fight, and since Dio had pressed Betray on behalf of his team, eventually he got dragged in too.
That seems odd. Phi only had 1 BP too. Her choice seems like a perfectly valid defensive move.
Ugh!
Just come with me. Kay's trying to calm them down, but there's only one of him.
Okay. Come on, Alice, let's go.
Coming.
Maybe, like, explain. Dio is a Myrmidon. I think what's happening is we're technically simultaneously living out all the different timelines and retaining information as we hop between them. That, I think, is Sigma's shtick. Maybe it's connected to the morphogenetic fields, too. Who knows? Oh, yeah, Dio is the clone of Brother. Yup. That's... Oh, no, he's the clone of Brother's brother, actually, not Brother himself. I'm pretty sure. I thought they were... he, like, lost his brother and was so upset about it, he cloned him. But then again, maybe I'm getting my wires crossed with, the Owl House, but I don't think that's it. All four of them were still there when we arrived. They seemed to have calmed down a bit, but the tension in the air was almost visible. I felt like I'd stepped into a room full of flammable gas. Even the smallest spark could turn the whole place into a raging inferno. Even Kay, usually so calm and collected, was standing ramrod straight with his hand balled into a fist at his side. I looked at Alice, pursed my lips, and then headed over to the angry knot of people occupying most of the room. Clover told me what's going on. This whole thing is stupid. You need to knock it off.
Stupid? What about this is stupid? We're talking about my life, you self-righteous dick.
I know, but yelling at each other isn't going to solve your problem. The best thing for us to do right now is to trust each other and get through this. Wouldn't you agree?
Hard to trust someone who tried to kill me.
Same to you. I told you letting Dio vote was a stupid idea. What did you think he was gonna do? You might as well have pressed the button yourself.
I couldn't just leave Quark alone.
That's no excuse. And where do you get off telling me I shouldn't have picked Betray? Did you even think that through? What, I was supposed to pick Ally? If I'd done that, I'd be dead right now.
I could say the same thing to you. Damn good thing Dio didn't choose Ally.
Please, that's enough from both of you. Sigma's right. This isn't the time to be bickering with each other.
Oh, you don't get to talk. You tried to betray Clover and escape on your own.
Perhaps. But I think that's better than merely killing someone.
Well, I only did it so that she wouldn't kill Tenmyoji.
God damn it. Enough already. It's done. It happened. It's over. I roared with fury, and my voice echoed and rebounded off the walls of the warehouse. Everyone fell silent. I didn't know how long that silence would last, so I decided to put it all on the table. There was only one way I was going to be able to take control of the situation. Guys, listen to me. We really don't have time for this. I was met with a number of glares, but I soldiered on. See, the thing is, I figured out who planted the bombs.
What? Is this what you were talking about earlier?
Sort of, yeah. I know which one of you it is.
Well, spit it out then.
Please, explain what's going on here.
I don't think I need to. They're going to admit their guilt in just a few minutes.
What?
You're all going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Or I guess I should say, Dio's mouth.
What are you on? You think I set those bombs?
Yes, I do.
Hey, if you're gonna accuse me, you better have some pretty damn good evidence, pal.
I'm not accusing you. I'm just stating a fact.
Oh yeah? Where the hell'd you get that fact?
Fun as it was, I knew taunting alone wouldn't be enough to make Dio confess. He'd just play dumb. He was good at it, and I'd get nothing. That meant I was going to have to trick him. Well, you see, I'm actually from Free the Soul.
Free the Soul? What's that? Some kind of hippie shoe company?
Don't play dumb, Dio. Or should I call you Left? Brother ordered me to come here, and to keep an eye on you. It was quick, but for just a moment, I saw his eyes twitch. I leapt on that moment of weakness like a hungry dog on a steak. Fine. Skepticism is understandable. Admirable, even. But perhaps this will convince you. I pressed forward, pulling out every fact I could remember. I told Dio about Brother's background, and how his younger brother, Left, had been murdered. I mentioned casually that the Myrmidons were all clones of a single person. So? Still not convinced. How about this? Do a little prime factor decomposition on that, and you'll get 198449351 to the third power. If I'm not who I say I am, how on earth could I possibly know that?
What? No, that's not possible.
Finally. So, let's start over, shall we? I was sent here to watch your every move. It seems our wise and noble brother doesn't trust you. He suspects betrayal.
No! You're lying!
I assure you, I'm not. But if you don't believe me, why don't you go outside and call him yourself with your transmitter?
No! No! You have to be lying! Brother trusts me! That's why he chose me for this mission! Why would he make me the leader of the Myrmidons if he...
Huh? Sorry, what was that?
Said! Why would he have made me the leader of the Myrmidons if...
Huh. I grinned.
Wait. What the hell? Are you fucking kidding me?
Sorry, Dio. I've never even seen Brother.
What the hell was all that? How did you know all those things?
Dunno. Maybe I was divinely inspired.
Don't give me that shit!
What's going on?
What are these Myrmidons?
Dio and I stared at one another while Clover and Tenmayoji quickly explained to Phi and Kay about the memory card and the number 2 bomb, and about the code we found that was from a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons.
So you mean to say someone from the Myrmidons planted the bombs?
And Dio pretty much just admitted to doing it?
Yeah.
Bastards. I'll never forgive you.
I heard a low, furious muttering behind me, and turned to see Alice, her lips pulled back into a snarl.
I am going
to kill you!
Her voice rose to a scream as she charged toward Dio. He ducked out of the way smoothly and pulled something from his pocket. You know, if she did kill him, the game would run a lot smoother. We could all get our points and we could all leave and there wouldn't be anybody at each other's throat. Well.
Whoa there. I like my women a little feisty. But you're taking it a little too far, sweetheart. Tone it down.
What?
You see this? You know what it is, don't you?
Oh my god. Is that the detonator?
Exactly. And I assume you know what happens if I press this button?
Yes.
Oh, we go kaboom.
I think I do.
We go kaboom.
I'm guessing it'll set off both of the bombs.
Well, I wouldn't say both.
You mean there's still a number 1 bomb we haven't found?
Correct. And there's one more, too.
There's a 0 bomb.
No. There are 4 bombs?
Exactly. I planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3, but there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
Well, I have the keys for the codes for bomb 0 and 1. I don't have 2 or 3 yet, so unfortunately. We also haven't seen bomb 1 or 0 yet, so no idea where those are.
Add all that up, and you're looking at about 4 tons of explosive power. Those go off, and it's all over.
What did you do with the dead body this time, Dio? Really want to know. Huh.
That's enough oomph to turn this whole place into a smoking crater.
Aren't you forgetting something?
That'd kill you too.
So, I'm ready for that. I've got spares.
Spares? Is that what Sigma was talking about?
Yeah, clones.
I heard Alice whisper something to Clover.
Let's go, Clover. Show him all that training wasn't for nothing.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Right.
Before I had a chance to ask them what was going on, they moved.
Die, you bastard! Yeah!
She roared and leapt toward Dio, Clover following just behind. Alice threw a punch at Dio's face, and as he dodged, Clover spun out from behind him. Dio grunted and turned to focus on Alice, but Clover darted in and snatched the detonator from his hand.
Clover, get him!
Right! Sigma, catch!
Huh? Oh, you better catch this, Sigma. If we all die because you can't catch a detonator. Before I could respond, Clover had thrown the detonator at me. I scrambled to grab it out of the air and held it to my chest.
Damn it! Stop! Let me go! Still let go of me, you asshole!
No. Yelling didn't do him any good, and Dio found himself subdued by the skillful teamwork of Alice and Clover. Strangely, though, once they had a hold of him, he stopped struggling. I was reminded of a gazelle with its neck in the mouth of a lion. Had he surrendered? That's a smile. I'm not comfortable with that smile. Or did he have some trick up his sleeve? Didn't feel right. I didn't have to wait long for my misgivings to prove true. The detonator in my hand suddenly began to flash. What?
Ha! Serves you right.
I'm sure he does like being dominated. Pretty sure, that's what he was up to when they found him. And why he has to redeem himself is because he was off doing a little hanky-panky.
What are you laughing at?
You! Her! All of you! God, you're stupid.
What? Why?
See that detonator you threw to Sigma? You activated it. If it gets more than a meter away from me, it sets itself off.
Oh, shit.
We figured someone might try to take it away, so we put in a little safeguard. Since you two were kind enough to take it away from me, the bombs have gone from remote control to countdown timer.
Well, shit.
Go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Won't make any difference now. The bombs are gonna go off no matter what.
How long do we have?
About 30 minutes.
That's a long-ass timer on
30
that.
minutes.
Oh no.
My condolences.
What can we do to stop them?
I told you that already. First, we need the device that allows us to input information. Then we plug it into each bomb and enter the code.
Hey Alice, who the hell are you? How do you know all this?
None of your damn business. Just tell me where the input device is.
Well, that's none of your damn business.
We're all gonna...
Fuck! Stop! You're gonna break it!
That's okay. Just keep twisting, Alice. Break that arm.
Of course. That's the plan.
Please, stop!
Just tell me what I want to know.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's in my coat, the right-hand pocket.
Clover, check it out. Right.
She nodded and started digging through his pockets. After a few minutes,
It's no use! There's nothing here!
Did you lie to me?
No, I swear, keep looking.
Oh, wait, there is something in here.
look better, Clover. Clover pulled her hand from his pocket and held it out. Is that a pill? Like for medicine?
Hey, what is this?
Huh? I can't see it. Bring it over here.
Clover frowned and moved closer to Dio, holding the pill out toward him. Oh no. Suddenly he moved, his right hand snaking out to grab the pill from Clover's hand. Before anyone could react, he shoved it into his mouth. Cyanide capsule. I heard a tiny crack as he bit down on it. Almost immediately, he grimaced in pain.
Shit!
What? What was that?
Poison, I guess.
What?
If it looks like a pill, maybe don't let them eat it.
Damn! How could I be so stupid?
Yeah, once you're dead, you're dead. There's no coming back from that. But pain can last forever. Although it sounds like he's having a lovely time of dying. His eyes rolled up into his head, and flecks of spittle began to trickle out from the corners of his mouth. I grabbed him by the hair and shook. Yeah, that's not effective, Sigma. The closest you could get is if you made him puke up the pill, maybe. What the hell are you doing? Where's the input device?
Lost it. In my couch. Back home.
Don't screw with me.
Fine. Don't tell us. How about you give us the deactivation codes instead?
Deactivation? You guys are persistent. Fine. Not gonna do you much good anyway. I'll tell you, but you only get one. This is the deactivation code for Bomb 3. Ready?
I am ready.
LXQ LHC NMR.
LHC NMR. All right, I'm missing one code. What about the other 3? Tell us the other 3. He didn't even seem to hear me.
My body will be a part of the foundation of a bright future.
His voice was weak, and more foam was dribbling out of his mouth.
Such a beautiful world. May brother live in everlasting glory.
Oh, good. Those were the last words Dio spoke. He died with a strange, happy smile. The rest of us are gonna die in a massive explosion. Damn.
He only gave us the password for one of the bombs. This is bad. What are we gonna do?
I don't know. Oh, college is fun. I enjoyed college, but I did go in knowing what I was gonna study, but there's like a few kinds of classes that you can take that are pretty much useful in just about anything you do if you're looking just to start out with something. Like I won't say calculus, but like definitely a couple other math classes. Accounting, I actually have a couple friends that are accountants, and they really like it. And I was gonna suggest accounting as being one of the main classes you should take because frankly everybody should know how to do accounting, and it helps you manage your money and everything better, so accounting is a good one to go through. I know some people that need an accounting class but refuse to take one, maybe because they're afraid of what it'll tell them. But yes, accounting is one of the good ones that, I mean, it may not be directly applicable to a degree, but take it anyway. It's helpful. I don't know.
How much time have we got?
25 minutes.
Are you sure?
Yes. When he told us the time, I checked my bracelet. It said exactly 30 minutes.
You mean the bombs are gonna go off the same time the next set of doors opens?
Oh boy.
Yes. The time on your bracelet is the time we have left.
Well, that's a coincidence. Oh. So, 25 minutes.
This isn't good. I was hoping that we might be able to escape through the white doors, but...
It takes 5 minutes for the primary door to open and close, so...
Yes, I know. There's no way we can get through them before the explosion happens.
Plan of action is to locate Bomb 3 and move there. Yeah, well... We still can't deactivate 3. Is the unfortunate problem, because we have the code, but we don't have a way to input the code right now. So even if we did go to bomb 3, we couldn't do anything with it. We're just kind of sunk in this ending. Don't worry, there's an ending where we deactivate all the bombs and save the world.
Well, there's
But we're
no
not there
point
yet.
just standing around.
We have 4 more endings.
We should start looking. We need 3 things. The password input device.
And the remaining 2 bombs, right?
Right.
We also need passwords for all the bombs other than number 3.
Well, we know they can't be past the white doors, at least. That does limit our search area.
Exactly.
Maybe Dio has a note or something?
Hold on. Let me check.
She knelt down and quickly checked his pockets and sleeves, then sat back on her heels, frustrated. Have we checked his hat yet?
Damn, he's clean.
She looked pale.
Then we'll just have to hope we find it somewhere. Tenmyoji, can you go tell Luna what's happened?
Right. I'm on it.
Good. The rest of you, let's move out. We can do this. Let's go.
Oh, we can try. We all took off at a run, heading to different parts of the building. I don't think we're really gonna get there, are we? But all of our searching turned up nothing. As we searched, the clock kept ticking. Oh, Luna, there's something sketchy about Luna, but we don't know what it is yet. However, she's not the person planting the bombs. The bombs are a disruption of the game, so it does make sense that they're put there by somebody who is themselves a disruption of the game, which is Dio, because he was not an original participant and he killed somebody to be there. So, that kind of makes sense. However, Zero Jr.'s just like, bombs. I just incorporate that into the game. That sounds good, right? Then at last, the chromatic doors opened.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
Our time had run out. We watched the white doors open. Were they doors to heaven or to hell? The thought barely had time to flutter through my mind before everything went white. We didn't even have time to say goodbye. 1,000 emotions flooded my brain in those last moments. Why? How? How had we ended up this way? Then a blistering wave of heat, like the surface of the sun itself, wiped out any lingering thoughts. My consciousness slipped away into a bottomless pool of darkness. Neither heaven nor hell, only the void. Oh, that's true. Zero picks on Dio a lot. But that's fine. Yeah, there was no way we were finishing this ending last time, as it was 2.5 hours from the last room to now. Oh, goodness. Well then. So next is gonna be our lovely, lovely Sigma ending, which is kind of weird. Normally the main character is the last one, right? See, the reason we had to do Dio's ending so early is because it's like literally a lock for just about everything. Anyway, the good news is I think we can backtrack a little bit easily. Okay. Where is the cyan door? There's the cyan door. Okay. Now, we picked Ally last time to get on Alice's track. We are going to pick Betray this time. Technically, they're all canon. But the one where everyone survives, which I'm pretty sure you can tell just by looking, is this one over here. I think, possibly, since it's the longest. You survive for the longest. I don't really know. I haven't looked at that path quite yet, but they're all technically canon. It's just one of the endings is the only one in which everyone gets out and is therefore the one that has a timeline that continues. All right, AB game round 1, and this is gonna be a betray.
Hey, it's almost time. What are you gonna pick? If you aren't going to do it, then
No, I'm fine.
You're gonna
do it.
choose betray, right?
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
All right. Take it away.
30 seconds
shall we?
remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
I wonder if this is another one where, because like either way, what you do to Luna, whether you choose betray or ally, she picks ally regardless. I wonder if Alice picks betray regardless. That'd be fun. I stood in front of the selection screen and took a deep breath. The other one's flip-flop. This was it. I ran over my options one last time. There was only one possible choice. Betray.
Round 1 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
Yep.
Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation.
All right.
Ambidex gates now opening.
Thank you. Well, we also need to now go back to dealing with them all being idiots about everything that's happening again. Yep. As Fi and I stepped out of the AB room, I could see the others running toward the projection, shoving and pushing to get closer.
Well, you chose what I wanted you to choose. I guess I should say thanks. So, thanks.
Oh, come on. You don't need to do that. I just made the obvious choice. Well, good news is... allies. We will be allies next time.
Obvious?
Well, I'm sure Alice chose betray. That meant we pretty much had to choose betray, right?
How do you know what she's going to choose?
I guess you could say I just know.
Are you making fun of me?
Oh, that's weird, actually. Maybe.
Yo, what's up? Siggy!
Oh, Zero, I'm so glad you're back.
Hey, what are you kids doing over there?
At least doing these, we get a little bit of Zero every stream.
We're about to announce the results.
Let's go. We'll find out if you made the right choice.
Fido! All right.
Good. Looks like you're all here. Finally, let's get ready to rock! Ambidex game! Round 1!
It is kind of odd that Zero Jr. just disappears after this round, like after the next round. It's just kind of odd.
The results!
If everybody would please direct their eyes to this monitor.
Oh, they're great. Absolutely. Yep. So this is the one where, up against Luna, Quark forces Dio to do ally. So they end up with 5. Oh, she picked ally this time. Ooh.
Here are the results from your game. Now, let us check the numbers on our bracelets.
Ips. We're gonna get slapped, right? Hey, Alice! What the hell is this?
What?
You chose betray last time. So I chose betray too. No, Why?
Wait a minute. Last time? What on earth are you talking about?
Yeah, Dio never picks ally. Can you tell me one thing?
What?
When exactly did you press the button?
5 minutes before the deadline. There's that announcement, right? I pressed it right after that. Why?
What? No, that can't. What was going on? When Fi and I chose ally, Alice picked betray.
I just made the most rational choice. The best way to minimize risk and maximize reward in this situation is to choose betray. Anyone who thinks otherwise is, well, an idiot.
But this time I chose betray, and her vote changed to ally. Ooh, it's calling itself out for what the game does. Why? What was different? Had history somehow changed because of my choice? No, that was insane. If Alice had somehow known that I had chosen betray and chosen ally in response, at least that would have followed the principle of cause and effect. But what had just happened was something entirely different. There was no way Alice could have known what we would choose when she made her decision. Besides, if she had known what we intended to betray her, there's no way she would have chosen ally. In other words, she must have made her decision without any knowledge of ours. Let's say we're talking about a game of rock, paper, scissors. I throw out a rock. Right after that, Alice throws down paper. Obviously, I lose. So I go back in time and decide to whip out the scissors this time. This time, Alice chooses rock. I lose again. But that's fine, because it still makes sense. My actions in the past cause Alice's actions in the future. Easy. But what had just happened in the AB game wasn't like that. Let's go back to that innocent game of rock, paper, scissors. This time, Alice is the one who threw out her hand first. But in this situation, there's no way for me to know what it is. So I decide to go with rock. Now Alice's choice is revealed. Turns out she went with paper. Damn it. I lose and I'm pissed off. So once again, I go back in time to try and change history and erase my loss. What will I choose this time? That's not even a question. Scissors, obviously. After all, last time Alice went with paper. Here's the important part. When I make this choice, Alice has already made her choice. Sure, of my victory, I throw out a pair of scissors. But what the hell? My rage would be white hot. How could this have happened? Why? Alice's hand had been paper before. How did it change to rock? Obviously, there's no cause and effect here. Since Alice's choice was in the past and mine in the future, how could that even happen? How could the future influence the past? But it wasn't theoretical now. This had actually happened. What the hell was going on? No, wait. Why the fuck was I talking so casually about going back in time? That kind of stuff doesn't happen in real life. Right, of course. Time travel is impossible. There is absolutely positively no way to travel through time. But if that was true,
the best way to minimize risk and maximize reward in this situation is to choose betray. Anyone who thinks otherwise is, well, an idiot. Hey, did you have a stroke or something?
oh, sorry.
Besides, why do I have to answer your questions? I should be the one yelling at you. Because of you two, I've only got one BP left.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right! What in God's name is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. Really, I seriously feel terrible about this.
Forget it. I'm never going to trust you or Fi again. You'll pay for this.
Alice stormed off, She threw one last hurt, scornful look over her shoulder as she left, and it stabbed me right through the heart. One of the other teams seemed to be dealing with a similar issue.
I really don't know what I can say. We had no idea you would choose Ally.
No way I'd choose Betray. Not with Clover on the other side.
What? What do you mean?
Do you have an interest in Clover?
Oh my god, that face, Kay.
What? No, that's not... No.
What is it then?
Well,
You'd have to be crazy to pick Ally. The only way it'd make any sense to do that is if you really, really trusted the other person.
So you're saying you don't trust me then?
Duh! Are you senile? Why the hell would I trust some old geezer I just met a few hours ago?
Ah, I see. Say no more. Didn't think it'd hurt this much.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? You're starting to get kind of creepy.
We find out that Tenmayoji is just ancient Junpei somehow.
Creepy, huh? I understand. I guess I just haven't had enough time to earn your trust.
I suppose you could say that. I just didn't really expect you to be so nice about it.
Well, looks like those guys managed to get through this all right. Figure that means the fault here's gotta be mine.
Huh? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't worry about it. We only did what anybody else would do, right, Mr. Dio?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, Dio. Yes, everybody else would do. Dio, Quark, and Luna, on the other hand, seem to have resolved things amicably by choosing Ally. No doubt we were all wishing we'd done the same. But why had Dio sounded so awkward? What had happened in the AB room? Only Dio and Quark knew for sure.
Zero, when does the next round start?
What makes you think we'll be having another round?
Well, you said round 1. If there's a round 1, then there's likely a round 2.
Besides, didn't you say the goal of the AB game was to... That's impossible
Alright, this
without a
is
set...
all repeat stuff.
Yeah, I guess you got a point.
So I'm gonna skip a little bit through it.
You're right. There will be a second round.
When?
I don't know.
Why not?
The voting happens when an AB gate opens.
Yeah, see, this was the weird part in the last one, right? The AB gates never opened the second time. It was just like all of a sudden it was like, there's time limit on your voting, but no one actually opened an AB gate as far as we knew. Tenmayoji is just an ancient Sigma, maybe?
There...
Right. So, let me just close,
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 2 of the Ambidex game will be the Moon Round.
I mean, that is what Zero said was the rules, but that may not be true because Zero has simplified the rules sometimes.
Moon cards.
Yes, we need moon cards. Does that mean we can't use the cards?
Yes, indeedy. Now,
You'll have to look for cards with moons on them.
Great.
So, how many times do we play the AB game?
I don't know. As many times as you need to. It's anybody's guess how long it'll go. But I plan on keeping this party going until somebody opens the number 9 door.
So don't plant bombs.
So it's over when someone gets 9 BP.
Nope. As long as that person doesn't open the number 9 door, the game goes on!
Of course. You could also get stuck just below 9 BP, where every bunny just keeps going back and forth, winning and losing points. After all, if there's no bunny with 9 BP, the door can't open if that happens. You'll just have to continue on to round 3, and round 4, and round 5, round 100, round 2000. You might even go all the way up to round 24,9,004,897. Although, I really, really hope it doesn't come to that.
Hey, can I ask you something?
I don't know. Can you?
He's asking about
Yeah?
the number 9
So?
door. What are the rules there?
Nope. There aren't any rules about how many people can go through that door. It could be one person, or two people, or even all 9 of you. There is one thing though, Siggy. All that stuff about how you have to... Maybe it's not 100% true.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know if that million... That is a very specific number, and we're always like, that one's weirdly specific. That might be a prime number. $24 trillion, 9 billion... Or no, 24 billion, 9,004,897. Interesting. Maybe. I don't know. Could figure that out.
Well, you can open the door with just 1 or 2 people if you want.
That's not what you told me.
Well, I didn't want to make things complicated.
Then explain it now.
Just you.
What?
There's a sort of scanner between the 2 doors. It checks to see if the right people are going through. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's scanning the people.
So, it's scanning the bracelets then?
Ding ding ding! As long as
might
the
be a
scanner
code.
sees the right combination of bracelets, it doesn't matter how many people there are!
But wait, hold on a minute. Do these things even come off?
No, they do indeed.
Then how do I take it off?
Well, there's 2 ways. The first is to get through the number 9 door and escape. As soon as you're out, the bracelet unlocks all by itself.
What's the second way? Hey, Zero, wake up. What's
here
the
we go.
second way?
Love this one.
Oh, Leo. I think you already know.
No, he does already know.
What?
Do you really want to get rid of that bracelet?
Of course I do.
Oh, well, I see. It's easy. Nothing to it, really.
You die.
Here's an exciting
Shock.
fact. Your heart creates a bunch of faint electrical impulses. You know what an electrocardiogram is, right? Technically, it's a machine that graphs the electric current flowing across the myocardium, but you probably know it as the thing in the hospital with the little light that goes beep, 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 beep. When someone dies on a TV show. Anyway, the point is that you can detect the electricity that your heart makes by pumping blood. Your fancy little bracelets pick up on that. They're always watching. So, when that signal goes away...
The lock on the bracelet releases, right?
Yep. So there you go. The second way. Your heart stops. Your bracelet comes off. Apart from that, there's no other way to get the bracelets off. If you try something harebrained, like trying to break them or something, you'll be
the rabbit
disobeying the
puns.
rules. I don't think I need to remind you what happens when you do that.
Yeah, in theory, they could stop their hearts and restart them. They have the equipment to do that. There is a... Oh, that's the other thing we haven't used yet. There's defibrillator paddles in the infirmary. We haven't touched those yet. We have the locked gravestone in the park we haven't checked out yet. We don't have a key for it. We used the IG replicator finally. And we used the antidote to the toxin. But there's still a couple places we haven't been able to see things in yet. Oh, we haven't used the computer in the office either.
But if you're lucky, you might get to see a few of them come off during the next round. Oops! I guess it's not going to be very lucky for some of you, huh?
Maniacal laughter. Fabulous.
Next round.
Yep.
What do you mean?
Well, do I have to explain everything?
Somebody might die during the next round of the AB game. There. That's pretty clear, right? If I had to guess, I'd say it's going to be 10 mealdy or less.
one or the other. Or it might be both of them.
Ah, there's the laughter.
What?
Why am I going to die?
I guess I can tell you why. Anyone whose BP drops to 0 gets penalized, just like when you break the rules. I'm pretty sure I already told you what the penalty is.
Yep, we got it.
Correct, Siggy. Full mark.
So, Fi had been right. But how had she known before Zero told us?
I see.
Alas, poor Alice. I knew her a little bit this time, yep.
Alice and I only have 1 BP. That means we'd have less than 0 if we lost 2 points.
What? What the hell? This is important stuff. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier?
Sorry.
Sorry's not going to cut it. I thought you were supposed to tell us the rules, not hide them.
Well,
Is there anything else you've conveniently left out? It's not fair to make people play a game without explaining all the rules.
I think it's fair. After all, it's not like anybody else knew. Right? Right, Fido?
Yeah, I guess so.
Way to be believable there, Fi. Okay, we're gonna go through everything again, and I'm going to skip through it instead of read it because this is the 6th time that we've seen it all.
Oh, one last thing. The next set of chromatic doors you'll be going through are downstairs. You already saw them, right? There should have been 3. Red, blue, and green. That means that to get through, you'll need bracelets in cyan, magenta, and yellow.
But wait, you've already got those bracelets. Have a look.
The color's changed, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm also glad that it's skippable. I just don't like skipping Zero, though, because Zero's very fun. I'll skip everyone else, though. It did change. I'm yellow now.
So am I.
Me too. It looks like the color wasn't the only thing that changed.
What do you mean?
Well, it looks like our groups have changed too. I was a solo last round, but now it says pair.
Wait. Really? Mine still says solo.
It looks like Luna and I both changed. Although I've gone from solo to pair.
I'm the opposite. Mine went from pair to solo.
No change here. Still a pair. I guess this must be magenta. Are you two magenta too?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Quark, Clover, and I are cyan.
I think Mr. K and I are pairs. And Miss Clover is a solo?
Looks like it.
Alright, we're gonna be going with
When
Clover
did they
this
change?
Back when the AB gates closed. As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up automatically. The pair and solo assignments hop around a bit too. And of course, it's totally random. No rules or anything. Now, with all of that explained,
Oh,
I
goodbye.
must bid you adieu.
Yeah, they haven't really explained why Dio has trouble identifying magenta. It's a little strange.
sadly, we may never meet again.
Well, I don't think he turns out, I guess maybe he just doesn't know what magenta is. That's maybe just all it is. It's not really anything important. But he was, I don't remember what color he was to start with, but it might have been a color not close to magenta. So if he's red-green colorblind, he might not have been able to, it might have been a color he could see fine.
What?
Well, there's not really anything for me to facilitate anymore.
But it is weird that he hesitates on magenta.
I mean, you guys are good from here. Right?
I guess it's only a big color if you deal with computers on the regular basis.
Never see you guys again.
His puce Is that from Ocean's 11? Yeah, you can be red, green colorblind, or yellow, blue colorblind, or all of them, I think. Oh, Monsters, Inc. Yeah. Oh, it's taupe, or taupe, or whatever, is the name of the hall, or is the color of the hallways in the back of the casino in Ocean's 11. Huh. It's been a long time since I've seen Monsters, Inc.
Did you really think I was gonna cry? Suckers! As if I'd cry over you dummies!
What the you fucking dick? God love Zero's laughs. They're all absolutely mental and unhinged, and
Anyway,
I love them.
Good luck. I may be gone, but I'm always watching.
So stop planting bombs, Dio. I see what you're up to.
Maybe I'll see you again someday. Have a nice tragedy.
All right.
That little piece of If I could just get my hands on that little
All right, we're talking about Dio exploding somebody.
So, what happens? We've still got a while until the chromatic doors open.
Yes, we do.
We should go and see if maybe there's a
We're
there's
gonna
a
go
chance.
look around, right? All
I
this stuff
concur.
is the same.
There's no point. We lose nothing but.
Let's split up. 5 minutes would give us a good half hour or so. Let's meet in front of the chromatic doors 5 minutes before they open then. Any objections?
Nope, let's go. Sigma is gonna reminisce about how he got kidnapped. It'll be fine. Do you think possibly, Sigma, you're here because you can remember things? You have is an eidetic memory? It sounds like, based on your behavior. And then you have the added benefit of carrying that memory across timelines. All right, working on your paper. I hope you had a scholarship to college in California, because those colleges cost an arm and a leg and a kidney. At any rate, I stayed up all night. Tried to go home. Couldn't go home. Yep, and I left out. Also, part of your liver, about half your liver. And then you ruin the other half of your liver with all the drinking you do just to cope with the fact that you're going to school in California. Alright, we're getting gassed. And kidnapped. That's true, they're probably not that picky. Whatever sells, man. Whatever sells. Okay, we met Phi. Why is it happening? Well, we started the crew quarters this last time, because that's where we started. So let's do the lounge this time. Just for funsies. It makes no difference, I'm sure. No difference at all. None at all. Okay, let's go to the lounge.
Oh, hey Sigma. Can I get you a seat?
Are you some kind of waitress?
What do you want?
What do you mean, what do I want? I just came here to check up on you guys. So, this is the lounge, huh? Bar, sofa, and 3 ladies. I feel like I'm in a VIP room.
Can I get you a drink?
You better not be underage.
I turned 21 just the other day.
I see. Actually, is she 21, or did she say she turned 21 just the other day as like a haha joke? I'm totally 21. Well, I guess we could probably have a drink or two then. Sigma, you sound like a skeevy perv.
Why not?
Having a drink is a bad idea. It's not really a good time to be
Really?
wasted.
It seems like this sort of thing is exactly what makes people want to drink in the first place.
Got a point.
Sigma?
I'm just kidding. Besides, I've got a headache. Drinking is probably not the best plan.
It hasn't gone away yet?
Well, it was fine for a while, but now I guess the bastard's back.
Are you alright?
Yeah, sure, if I just leave it alone, it'll go away in a bit. Also, have any of you guys seen, like, some aspirin, ibuprofen, either one? I'm not picky. Just some Tylenol? Anything? That's how it went before, anyway. Has this been happening to anyone else?
What? The headaches?
Uh-huh.
Now that you mention it, yeah, I did get one a bit ago.
Memories of other timelines that you've never actually experienced? Anyone else having that happen?
I feel fine now, though.
Well, what about you, Luna?
You know, I think I did have a bit of a headache earlier. Not me. No headaches here. Well...
Well, what?
It's hard to explain. I just feel kind of weird. Your head feels weird?
Yeah, you can work really, really hard to get grants for your college, yep.
No.
But definitely, most of the California schools were outside of my ability to pay for them. And a lot of times, if you're not far enough down on the money thing, or at least your parents are, you don't get any aid-based scholarship whatsoever. Or like income-based. They're just like, well, your parents make enough. They can mortgage their house 4 times to send you to college. That's fine. That's what they mean by your parents make enough. And it's always like, well, my parents aren't actually paying for college, so why do you care what my parents make? I am an independent adult, and I am paying for my college. Thank you. So, it's a mess. The whole system is a mess. It's awful. And definitely in favor of people who have a lot of money. On the plus side, the community college in my town is, like, absolutely stellar and has definitely rapidly overcome the major college in the city as well in terms of providing a good education and degrees that actually you can complete, and also not charging you an egregious amount of money. So, don't anyone ever tell you that community college isn't as good as a university. That's a lie. Our community college is way better than one of our universities.
My body feels weird. Like my whole body.
But yeah, help for college, it's a disaster, right? They expect you to basically take out loans against your life in order to pay for college, and that's absurd. You should never have to do that for education. We're talking about how we all feel numb and asleep.
I guess it's kind of like that, but...
Oh, if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that?
The joke is we're all actually not here. We're all just hooked into a computer and the simulation keeps getting reset. Is that the twist? That it's not multiple realities simultaneously, but sequences that we run through in a computer endlessly? Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's because of the anesthetic gas.
The what now?
It might have looked like white smoke. The stuff they used when they abducted you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Yes. Let's watch it all again.
It seems like we were unconscious for a long time, so it must have been pretty powerful stuff.
I think this might be some kind of side effect.
Well, it could be a side effect, or it could be that it just hasn't worn off completely yet.
Dio's the overseer. Yeah, it could be. Us is all just a fallout vault. Vault 0.
Whatever. That's not important. Right now we need to figure out how to get out of here.
Alright, I'll go have a look somewhere else then. You guys going to stick around
Yeah.
here?
Haven't really taken a good look at everything yet.
Okay. Catch you later then. Let me just trot along. I waved goodbye and headed toward the exit. Where to next? In the infirmary. Let's hit the crew quarters first, why not? He does look like he belongs in New Vegas. Except if he lived in New Vegas, he'd be dead. Because people would shoot him. And super mutants would chew on his face. Probably.
Oh, Sigma. Perfect timing.
Oh, I think we're about to find a bomb, maybe.
You were in the crew quarters before, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. Fi, Alice, and I went through all the rooms.
Did you find anything suspicious?
Like a secret door or something?
If I had, you really think I wouldn't have told you?
Anything else out of the ordinary, perhaps?
Out of the ordinary?
What's this book?
Oh, that's a book of meowed cats. Oh, we're
meowed?
starting all the cat talk now. Oh, sorry. It's just this thing that's happened to me ever since I was a kid. Whenever I start talking about cats, I start talking like one. It doesn't really mean anything, though.
Okay.
That's weird. So what's the cat book about?
Oh, well, there's this quantum physics thought experiment called Schrodinger's cat. This book talks in meowed.
Oh, yes, I've heard about that. A cat is put in a box with a device that has a random chance to release a poison which will kill the cat. That means the cat is both alive and dead until someone opens the box. Something like that, right?
Meowby?
What?
I don't really know anything. Meowed. I'm just telling you what Fi told me.
So it probably isn't gonna give us any hints then.
Quark, you're doing it too.
Oops.
It's just a weird tick that Sigma has. I don't understand it. Maybe we'll find out more. Well, what about
What
you
do you
guys? You checked out the lounge with Clover and Tenmayoji, and Quark was in the infirmary with Dio and Luna. Anything suspicious there?
Well, this whole facility is pretty suspicious, but I suppose that's not what you meant. Well, the puzzles in the lounge were lunar eclipse themed.
Lunar eclipse?
Yes. Apparently, there's supposed to be a lunar eclipse on December 31st, 2028. All the puzzles were related to that somehow.
Isn't that this New Year's Eve?
I suppose it is. Well, I can't say I know what year or even what day it is, but Clover was saying something to that effect.
31st, huh? I'd been knocked out at dawn on the 25th, so the 31st would be 6 days after that. Lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse. What did it have to do with any of this? Try as I might, I couldn't think of any way an eclipse could be connected to our abductions.
What about the infirmary, Quark? Did you find anything there?
Yeah, we did find something. Just one thing though.
What was it?
Dio and Luna didn't tell you?
No?
Okay, I got it right here. Just a second.
Ah, Radical 6. Good Radical 6. Good old viral pandemics. Yep, continues to spread. There's a lot of victims. Everything's in quarantine. Is this for real?
It seems a little hard to believe.
If it really is some kind of pandemic, though, that sounds like a pretty big deal.
Yes, it does.
There hasn't been anything on the news, though. This is the first time I've even heard the term Radical 6. Oh, but you'll be hearing it a lot more, Sigma. A lot more. Is that true, though? Was that really the first time I'd heard it? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd heard Radical 6 somewhere before. But where? And why?
If it is true, then I worry about what might be happening to the world outside. Is there a pandemic raging on the other side of these walls?
Well, I don't think there's any reason for us to get all worried about it. We should just hurry up and try to find out how to get out of here.
Cork has a point. If we want to know what's going on outside, the fastest way to find out is by going outside.
Yeah, you're right.
Good. Mr. K and I will keep searching the cabins then. What are you gonna do?
I guess I'll go somewhere else.
Okay.
Then we will see you later.
Later? They come in at the end and tell you about the bomb, right? I wonder if I'd gone down the list and was already here when they found the bomb, would they tell me? I stepped out of the cabin we'd been in and headed toward the small hallway. Now, where to next? There was only one other place I hadn't gone. Oh, that is disappointing. I would love for there to be a real book about it. It was probably just a paper. Or a pamphlet or something that got published somewhere. So, this is the infirmary, huh?
Ugh, what are you doing here?
Still mad, huh?
Obviously.
Oh, come on now, you don't have to get your panties in a bunch.
That's easy for you to say, Dio. You're sitting pretty at 5 BP. Tenmyoji and I only have one. You do understand what that means, don't you?
That's no reason to take your anger out on people. You won't get your BP back by being a jerk to him.
What's this? You're gonna take his side? I thought you, of all people, would agree with me.
I do.
No, you don't. You don't get it. Why would you care? You've got, what, maybe 5 years left, maybe less? I'm not like you. I'm still young. I want to live a long life. There's so many things I still want to do.
Like what?
Well, let's see. I want to wear lots of gorgeous clothes.
Ah, this again.
I want to eat tons of delicious food and fall in love.
What an idiot.
Excuse me?
And I was going to take your side, but after that load of horse shit, you're on your own.
Ugh. Look. Let me try this again. I'm frustrated, but there really is something important I have to do.
Which is?
Avenge my father's murder. That's what I have to do.
What happened to him? Could you elaborate on that?
No, I couldn't. This isn't the kind of thing I should be telling people I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. We don't know how old she is. Fine. Just tell me one thing. Does your father's murder have anything to do with us being trapped here?
I have no idea. As to why you're here, your guess is as good as mine. But it's possible that his death is connected to my abduction.
Yeah, it is possible to be way too afraid of death that you never actually live your life because you're so afraid of dying every second. Yep. Meaning...
I was on their trail. I was tracking down the people who killed him.
How close were you?
I can't say. But it's possible that I was getting close enough that they decided something had to be done with me.
Hey, thank you for the raid, Minx. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Feraldo. Hey, Bunji. Are you a detective?
Well...
Hey, Akame. How's it going? Yeah, you guys did come into boobs, didn't you? Hey, Blue Diva and Love. How's it going?
I wouldn't really say I'm a detective.
Yep, Phoenix. You guys came in at a very interesting point. This is the second game after 999. This is the sequel. we're actually going down the main character's route right now, so that's odd. We haven't really gotten far yet.
Not a
so
bad guess, though.
We haven't had the rug pulled out from under us in any way yet. Oh, there's lots of boobs on Minx's stream, huh? Oh boy. Yeah, she just sort of hangs him out there, doesn't she? Alright.
Why are you guys looking at me like that?
Well, I mean, you don't really have the detective look.
I didn't say I was a detective.
Then what are you? CIA?
No.
She works for the SOIS, which is an organization that stops terrorists. Fine. Well, whatever you are, you don't
That's
look
fine.
like one.
In my line of work, the less I look like what I am, the better. Better I keep 'em guessing.
Hey, what's the deal with you and Clover?
What's she got to do with anything?
Well, the best way to get some chit-chat is to, you know, just lift the gold a little bit and then ask questions.
Well, you know each other, right? I was thinking maybe you were related or worked together or something.
Yes, she and Clover are
No.
co-workers. Technically. Clover's from the first game.
She has nothing to do with my work. She's just a friend that I met somewhere.
Where's somewhere?
In the middle of a desert.
Accurate. Alice showed up at the very end of 999. She was the person hitchhiking in the desert. What do you have on your list? Lucky Plank, what do you got? What are you thinking about playing?
Yes. But that's an awfully long story. Wait, hold on. Why am I the only person getting the 3rd degree? That doesn't seem fair to me. How about you guys give up a little personal information, too?
Dio is gonna lie through his teeth and tell us that he's a circus ringman, which is unfortunately how he's dressed.
We'll start with you, Tenmyoji. Who are you?
Just a garbage collector.
Any ties to Zero?
None.
What's your relationship with Quark?
Which Lego Star Wars? Is it the new Switch release?
You two know each other, right?
Do I have to answer that?
Quark is Tenmyoji's adopted son/grandson. He calls him his grandson because there's such of an age difference, but he adopted him as essentially his son. Huh. Yeah, that one's fun. There's a lot. It has a problem with some of the later Lego games have, which is I have a hard time telling what's a level and what's not. Because the way you bounce through things. And everyone in that game is super chatty. But it is super fun.
Well, if you really don't want to, it's not like I can force you.
No. And I apologize, but I don't have anything to say about that subject. I mean, it's not like you told us everything either.
I see.
Beaten it before.
Very well, then. Dio, it's your
I played
turn.
all the original games when they came out, so I had like the original Wii, I had the GameCube versions of Lego Star Wars and Lego Star Wars 2, and then the Wii version for Lego Star Wars when that came out that had all the games in it.
What's your profession?
Well, you're probably gonna think I'm full of shit, but
You are full of shit, Dio. And we know it many times over.
I'm a circus ringleader.
A ringleader?
You're kidding.
Well, I guess if you consider your underling clones of your terrorist organization to be your circus, then, yeah.
Nope.
You are a ringleader.
I'm the real deal. I lead a company of about 50 people. We travel all over the world.
No, that's probably accurate.
It was my grandfather's grandfather who founded it, but
That's a
my
lie.
father died at a young age. I'm a 5th-generation ringleader.
That is also true. I believe he was in the 5th generation of clones.
My old man was a trapeze artist.
No.
He tried to do this quadruple flip and Missed.
You'd think you'd know what it was called.
Well, I guess he wasn't really young. He was about 40. Still, he was pretty reckless for a guy that age. Always talking about how he couldn't let the kids show him up.
I see. You lost your father too, then?
Yeah.
Oh, everyone's lost. Everyone's dead.
Shit.
He's full of bullshit.
Guess I got a little sappy there. Anyway, point is, I don't have any damn idea how I'm connected to Zero.
Because you're not. Because you aren't supposed to be here.
I got grabbed on the last night of one of our tour stops.
Lies.
I'd gone out to a couple bars and gotten shit-faced. On my way back to the caravan, this black van pulls up. Somebody grabs me and throws me inside. Before I can even get a look at them, they hit me with that gas and I'm out like a light.
Which also sounds different to everybody else's anyway. Because they're all doing something, then they get gassed, then they see the person. They don't get grabbed and gassed. They get gasped and grabbed. Difference.
Next thing I know, I'm waking up in the AB room.
But that's because Dio snuck in here and murdered somebody, so he's not
Anyway,
supposed to
enough
be
about
here.
me.
Yeah.
We still haven't heard your story, Sigma. Who are you?
I told you guys the first time we met. Don't you remember? I was on my way home from school, and when I got into my car, this white gas started pouring out of everywhere.
Are you some kind of doctor?
Huh? No, I'm still working on my degree. And again, Sigma, specify what degree you are working on, because all you said was I'm a college student and I'm getting a degree. That helps nobody. I'm shooting for a PhD, but I'm not quite there yet.
I guess you've been working on that for quite a while, huh?
Yeah, I guess I have.
Can you think of anything that might connect you to any of this?
Believe me, I've thought about it, but I just keep drawing a
What
blank.
about Zero?
No
Do
idea.
any of the people here look familiar to you?
Nope. You're all strangers. Well, I guess I can't really say for sure about Kay, since I haven't seen his face. I suppose it's possibly someone I know. In fact, he rather shockingly looks exactly like me. That's kind of a weird problem.
Just who is he anyway?
Until that amnesia clears up, I don't think we've got any way of knowing.
Oh, come on. You know he's full of shit.
You still don't believe him?
Of course not.
Okay, well, Kay is a bit of a mystery, but what about some of the others? Clover, for instance. What does she do?
I think she's a student. At night, she's a waitress or a bartender or something.
Lies. What about Quark? Well, I guess he probably doesn't really have a job, huh? He's still in elementary school, right? Why is that funny?
It's nothing. Just forget about it. Yeah, you're right. Boy his age would be in elementary school.
You really don't know much, do you? About Quark, I mean.
And if it makes you feel better, sure.
Well, I know a little about Luna. I got her talking when we were in the infirmary. She says she's got some sort of medical license or something.
She's a nurse?
It could mean she's a doctor.
I don't know. She didn't say. Just going by how she looks, though, I'd guess nurse.
I mean, seriously, though. Someone says, I have a medical license. You go, in what? What can you practice? Are you a dentist? Like, please be specific. It is also possible, yeah. Clover is technically a waitress bartender.
That leaves us with Phi. She's the most mysterious to me. What does a girl like that do?
You've been around her the most, Sigma. She told you anything?
Look, I just don't know, alright? It's just kind of there. Like, I looked at you, and some part of my brain just said, that's Sigma.
We're both named after Greek letters of the alphabet. No, nothing in particular.
Sure?
Yeah. She's a real mystery, all right. I honestly know about as much as you do. So, basically nothing. I hadn't really realized it until I said it. I'd spent hours with Phi, and yet I knew nothing about her except her name, and I only had her word that even that was the truth. Who was she, really? The more I thought about it, the more suspicious she seemed. A fake detective, a waitress, a garbage collector, an elementary school kid, a nurse, and a circus ringleader. Plus 2 total mysteries. What do we all have in common? I don't think Zero would just grab a bunch of people randomly. Suddenly, in through the door.
There you are! You have to come with me!
What's wrong?
We found something really bad in the crew quarters!
Something?
Yes,
Bad.
we did.
Just hurry! It'll make sense when you see it!
We found a number 3 bomb. Quark was first into the room, followed quickly by me, Alice, Tenmyoji, and Dio. He said nothing, just pointed under the bed. The 4 of us crouched down and followed his finger. There it was. What the hell is this?
A bomb! At least that's what Mr. K said.
Bomb? No, no way.
So, thank you, Sigma. Goodbye.
Of course. It was the same bomb I'd seen in my vision? Then it hadn't been a hallucination. Had it actually been a premonition?
We need to get everybody else in here now.
No, it's okay. Mr. K's already getting them. They should be here really soon.
See? Where is it? You said there was a bomb.
Quark had barely closed his mouth when the rest of our fellow captives exploded into the room.
I know I have a little tag on that, but you don't need to chew that, honey. You don't need to chew that. I know it's dangling enticingly. Yes, that's the puppy. Being a little bit naughty.
I thought at first she was chewing my headphone cord, and I was like, no, don't do that, please. But no, she was just playing with the little tag I've got hanging off of it. Okay. And now I've been co-opted to give pets until she is satisfied. Good thing I'm playing this with a controller.
There it is. You see?
For several long moments, we just stared in silence. Slowly, we began to eye one another, old suspicions suddenly reawakened. It was Phi who finally broke the silence.
Doesn't look like it has a timed detonator. There must be a remote somewhere.
You're right. It'll probably use an active button or switch of some sort, not a dead man switch. If we can get it, we should be safe as long as we don't press the button.
Who was the first person to find this?
It was me. I found it while Quark and I were investigating this area. We split up to collect the rest of you.
How did you know it was a bomb?
Interestingly enough, Dio keeps leaving them in rooms Sigma's been through. It's kind of odd.
I have seen it before.
When?
I'm not sure.
Because of the amnesia?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? We don't even know if it's a real bomb. Are you gonna tell me you believe that guy who can't remember his own fucking name knows a bomb when he sees it?
No, Kay is right. That's a bomb, I'm sure of it.
How do you know?
I just do, okay?
You sounded pretty sure about the switch, too. How do you know all this?
Let's just say it's an occupational hazard.
Yep.
What kind of occupation do you have?
I can't tell you that.
Spare me the
secret
bullshit.
agent.
This isn't time for keeping secrets.
Please, just trust me. Look, I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm sure that's a bomb. And it's not just any kind of bomb. It's an antimatter bomb.
Uh-oh.
Antimatter?
What?
Wait, you mean a bomb that uses annihilation energy?
Oh, you know what that is? Anyway, yes, you're right.
What's Hill Nation?
I would have thought you'd know.
Huh? Why?
Well, your name is Quark. You do know what that means, right?
Yeah? Grandpa told me about it. He said it's an elementary particle, one of the smallest bits of matter, but I don't really know anything else.
I see. Can you explain it to him, Tenmyoji?
Me?
Well, you know him best. I thought you could explain it best.
It's from Star Trek.
Let me think.
Why do you like the tag so much, huh? Why do you like the tag?
Sorry about that. I have to pay the the belly toll, as we call it.
I don't know. It's hard to think of a way to explain it in simple terms.
You want me to do it?
Yes, please.
Phi nodded and turned to Quark.
Okay. To begin with, we usually refer to bits of matter as particles, but there are also these things called antiparticles. For example, an electron is a particle with a negative charge. It has a sort of opposite, which is the antiparticle called
She's
the
very
positron.
fond of like
It has a positive charge instead of a
diving in
negative
front of
one,
us
like the
and rolling
electron.
over and demanding belly rubs. And she's very good at timing it, like when you're trying to go through a door or something where you can't get past her.
So, protons have antiprotons and neutrons have antineutrons. Antimatter is a general
adorable.
term that covers all the antiparticles. The thing that's interesting about antimatter is that because it's the opposite of normal matter, when they collide, they both sort of cancel each other out. When they cancel each other out, though, it releases a whole bunch of energy.
Basically, summary of the antimatter bomb. Matter and antimatter don't mix. They explode.
That process is called annihilation. So, an antimatter bomb is a bomb that uses annihilation energy.
Sorry. I don't really get it.
Oh. All right, how about this? You've got men and women, right? They're kind of like complete opposites. What happens when you put them together? Well, if there were, quantum men and women, then when you put them together, they'd disappear. Because their opposite elements cancel each other out. Like when a plus cancels out a minus, you get 0. That's annihilation. But when you get annihilation, you also get...
I know! A baby!
Exactly. In this case, the baby you get is the energy from the annihilation. It's not a real baby, of course, but like a baby, it's got all sorts of potential to do amazing things.
But also just explode.
That's kind of a strange explanation.
You followed it, though, right?
Yeah!
Yeah, but that
followed
thing under
the
the
first
bed
one,
isn't
but
going to
then
be making
again-
a baby.
I did have to study physics in school, so.
Just how big of a... just how big of an explosion are we gonna get here?
What,
It's pretty simple,
how big
actually.
of a baby?
Just use Einstein's E equals mc squared. The mass loss during annihilation will be converted to energy, so...
So you would take the total mass of matter and antimatter and multiply it by the speed of light squared. That should get you the amount of energy.
For example, let's say that it has 350 milligrams of antimatter. That would mean there would also be 350 milligrams of matter, right?
So you'd have 700 milligrams total.
Yes. That means annihilation would produce roughly 63 trillion joules.
Yep, the plus minus is 0, yeah. Everything comes back to 0, doesn't it? Nines and zeros. 63 trillion
That's
joules?
about as much energy as the Hiroshima bomb.
What the? You've got to be kidding me. But there's only 350 milligrams of stuff in there.
Dio, did you not know what the radius on the bomb, the specs on the bomb that you set up were?
Well, technically it's 700 milligrams since you have the matter and the antimatter.
That's not the point. We're talking about something that weighs less than a gram, being equal to a bomb that weighed like 10,000 pounds.
Don't get so excited.
I'm pretty sure it didn't weigh 10 tons, but I don't actually know.
I think I know what kind of bomb this is. It's probably using antihydrogen. There should only be about 25 micrograms of material in there.
That's less than 1,000th of a gram. So you'd only get about 45 billion joules of energy, right?
What does that mean?
About as much explosive power as 1 ton of TNT.
A ton?
Yes. Well, approximately.
And how exactly should I not worry about that? That's enough to blow up a 10-story building!
True. But it's a lot less powerful than an atomic bomb. We don't know how big this place is.
4 tons of dynamite around here, that's all.
If we can get far enough away from the bomb, we might have a chance of survival.
Perhaps, but how do we know this is the only bomb?
What do you mean?
Look at it carefully. It's got a number 3.
Yeah, you're right.
If the bombs are numbered...
Then there could be a number 2 bomb or a number 1 bomb out there, huh?
Yes, there's no way to know if this is the final bomb either. There could be a 4th, or a 5th, or...
Way too many.
Anyway, we can't just sit here and do nothing. We should move it. Somewhere.
Dio stepped forward and reached for the bomb.
No! Don't touch it!
Alice grabbed Dio by the wrist and jerked him away from the bed.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Have you got a death wish or something? This bomb is here.
Yes, he does, in
because
fact.
somebody planted it. Do you really think they didn't rig it to go off if some idiot tried to move it?
Well, then what the fuck are we supposed to do?
We'll just have to leave it be for now. Until we can find the detonator or figure out how to turn it off.
Dio was gonna like pick it up and move it somewhere because he was like, God damn it, they found it. Now I gotta move it.
And you're telling us we should just prance off and ignore the incredibly deadly bomb that is probably gonna kill us all?
I'm curious where he has the rest of them stashed and that he can just take them around. I know, right? Well, he brought them in, but I don't know where they've been stashed this whole time. 9,700 pounds of TNT. I don't think I would even number my bomb. And then people would only ever think there's one, and then there would be more.
There's not much else we can do.
Do you know how to turn it off?
Well, there is a way.
Then spill the beans, lady. How do we turn the damn thing off?
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate.
We do actually have the code for 3. We have the code for bomb 0, bomb 1, and bomb 3. We're missing number 2 right now. And the keypad that lets us enter any of these things. Yeah, that was the weight of the TNT. That's still a lot. That's a lot of TNT to lug around if you were trying to do that. So we just need to get this password.
Yes, that's right.
But there's no keyboard or anything on the bomb.
Look again. You see it? Right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
You put a prime number that's more than 6. Yeah, so we still need to find the input device.
Who would do something like this?
I have no idea. But we can figure out when they did it.
Oh,
When
yeah?
you and I searched this room, we didn't find anything, right? So that means the bomb must have been planted after we'd left.
Yep. After we left, huh? But when we went and checked the chromatic doors, we were all there. And after that, we've all been around other people. There's no way anyone could have snuck off to plant it.
I don't know about that. After we finished the AB game, we all split up. But if someone planted it right before
Prime number
then...
in a letter, yeah, that would confuse people. And if you put it in the range of hexadecimal numbers, people will spend a bunch of time thinking you put a hex code on there, and it's not actually one. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. You don't know, do you? Before we went off to the 3 rooms, we searched the hallway. Everybody was all split up.
Yeah. Anyone could have come by here then. It would have been easy to sneak away.
You know, I don't remember seeing you around, Sigma. What were you doing?
Well, I was just kind of deep in thought, I guess. I stayed behind in the warehouse when you guys went off. Hey, why are you guys giving me that look? You don't think I planted it, do you?
I never said that.
Not out loud, you didn't. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know anything about this bomb.
Really? Are you sure? Back when we were in the AB room, you said you saw the moment when the bomb exploded.
That was, just a... I could hardly say premonition. If they didn't think it was the worst lie on the planet, they'd think I was insane. Wait. This doesn't make any sense. According to Tenmyoji, any one of us could have been in here. Why am I the only one who's under suspicion? And also, there's no way to know the culprit here is actually one of us. Maybe there's someone else in here and they set up the...
Impossible.
Why?
There's no way that would get past Zero. And there's no way Zero would let anybody do something that would get in the way of the game going forward. What?
When you say Zero, you mean the AI, right?
Of course.
This is confusing. From now on, let's refer to the real Zero, the one behind all of this, as Zero Senior, which would, of course, make the AI Zero Junior.
Okay, fine with me. Anyway, whichever one it is, they're not going to let a 10th person in. There's no way.
But what if the 10th person is Zero Senior?
I don't think it could be.
Why not?
Well, Zero Junior said so. He said that the real Zero was one of us.
Vi and Clover were right. There couldn't be a 10th guest. Zero Senior was, without a doubt, one of us. But if that was the case, then could Zero Senior have planted the bomb? If not, then who had? Alice? Dio? Check. Luna? Kay? Clover? Tenmyoji? Phi? Or... It seemed insane, but could it have been Quark? No. Why would Zero Senior have gone to all the trouble of setting a bomb? To make this game more exciting? To make it seem more dangerous? No, it didn't fit at all. But if that was the case, then the person who planted the bomb was someone other than Zero Senior.
Oh no, this is bad.
What is
Press
it?
the buttons on your bracelet.
Aw, shit. Is this for real?
We've only got 4 minutes until the chromatic doors open.
Better run.
Let's go then.
You're right. This bomb thing is gonna have to wait until later.
All right. Come on, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. I was hoping to get through another, room today. Bing. Oh, we're going through the group door this time. I think we've been through all the doors now.
Chromatic doors have opened.
There's the infirmary, the park, and the laboratory. So we're going back to the laboratory now.
5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
Hey, the doors are open.
We need to figure
Maybe
out
that's the
who's
treatment
gonna
room.
go through which door.
Well, what are our options this time?
Pay attention. I'm only saying this once. Just like the last time, we've got 3 possible combinations.
Okay. Yeah, option A. We go as Clover through the green door. Go with yellow. That's the one we're doing. We are doing option A. So I'm just gonna skip through these. Unimportant.
3 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
Okay. How do we want to do this?
Well, you decided the first time, right?
Yeah.
Then can I decide this time?
Why you?
I think I deserve it. I only have 1 BP left. Doesn't it seem like the fair thing is to let the person who's at the greatest disadvantage choose? Wouldn't you agree?
That means you should get to choose too. I mean, you've only got 1 VP, right?
You've got a point. But how about we listen to what Alice wants first? So tell us, which door and which people do you want?
The green door. And I want to go with Kay and Quark.
I see. Option B, then.
I believe we want option A.
That means Tenmyoji and Dio will go with Clover through the blue door. Is that all right with you, Tenmyoji?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
Why?
Everyone's glitching out.
If we go through there together, that means you'll be playing against me in the next AB game. Are you really, really sure?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Matter of fact, that's why I want to go with you. You said you didn't trust me, right? Well, I'd like to change your mind. I figure this will give me the chance. I've been wanting to pair up with Alice, too. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh, and that is?
We'll get to that later.
Anyway, Alice's first choice would be option B then?
Yes, I get.
What about the rest of you? Is that okay too?
I thought about it for a moment. If I went with option B, then Luna and I would go through the red door with Phi. As far as how I felt about that... Nope, we are going through green. Oh god, 4,000 plus joules per bomb? No. That's not
Why
okay. Because...
Oh no, this is bad. Which door do you want then? The only other choices are A and C.
I thought about it again. If I went with A, then Luna and I would end up paired with Clover, and we go through the green door. On the other hand, if we chose C, we'd be going through the blue door with Alice. So which one did I want? I decided to go with... I want option A. We'll take Clover and go through the green door.
What gives you the power to just decide that?
That's fine by me. Like I said before, there's something I want to talk to Alice about.
Are you going to tell me what this thing is?
That'll have to wait. Talk to me again on the other side.
Ugh! Now I'm curious.
So you're fine with this, Alice? With option A, I mean?
Do whatever you want. I don't care.
Are there any other objections? Okay, that's it then. Let's go, everybody.
10 seconds remain.
Yeah, everyone's just like, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever.
chromatic Doors
That's
closed.
fine. We'll just accept that,
9,
Sigma.
8, 7.
We nodded quickly to one another and split up. Let's run. Get going, man. Tenmyoji, Dio, and Alice headed toward the red door, while Kay, Quark, and Phi made their way toward the blue one. The gaping maw of the green door bounced in front of me as Clover, Luna, and I ran toward it.
2, 1, 0.
God, we always leave things to such last
Chromatic
minute.
doors closing.
You think we'd decide some of this stuff ahead of time.
Huh? Is this a dead end? All 3 doors seem to be locked.
I don't know why the second ones had like a switch on them. Yeah.
There's some kind of device over here. I wonder what it is. It looks like the thing next to the number 9 door.
Clover, try pulling that lever.
Why do I have to do it?
It might be dangerous. I was hoping you could just wrap your hands around it and give it a good jerk. It is kind of big, but I'm sure you can handle it. Just be gentle. Oh my god, Sigma. Ah, God.
This doesn't seem like appropriate workplace behavior. You're kind of grossing me out.
I know you probably still think of yourself as just a girl, but you have to become a woman, so...
You're not making it any better. Why don't you do it?
If you can't take it, then maybe Luda can. Have you done this before? You just start at the base and work your way up, then give it a good tug once you get to the top.
What? What is wrong with you? If you're so desperate to give that lever a good time, why don't you do it yourself? Just leave me and Luna out of your sick fantasies, you creep.
Yeah, Sigma, you're way on the creep side now. Fine. But I won't like it. I sighed heavily and flipped the switch with as much languid disdain as I could manage.
Oh, one of the doors opened.
Not the treatment center, though. Interesting.
Yeah, just the one on the left. We might as well go through it.
I guess. Depending on who's in the room and it detects the bracelets, it opens a different door. Weird. Maybe we should try flipping it one more time, though. You think you can actually manage it with just one hand, Clover? Just do it real fast. It'll only take a second. Just up and down once.
Ugh, you are disgusting.
Yeah, Sigma. That's the kind of thing that gets HR called on you. In the archive now. Oh! Oh, book puzzles. I've never seen this one before. Oh boy. Oh boy. Huh.
So this is the archives. That's what it said on the door after all, but... Yeah, I didn't really expect it to be so archivy. All these books and stuff everywhere.
Yeah, I kind of expected the archive to be more computers and less books. Maybe we can find some clues here.
I agree.
Alright, let's split up and have a look around. Alonsi. Did you make a Doctor Who reference, Sigma? Yeah, Junpei acted like that in one of the routes too. But not quite the same way. And not to Clover. I think. I hope not. Alright, what do we got?
It looks like these books are in Latin.
Can you read it?
No, I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize for that. What about you, Clover?
Of course not.
Alright. Latin books, I guess. What do we got here? A blue die. Normal blue die. Are you sure? Have you rolled it? Is it loaded? Blue ink. Notebook paper. Music box, huh? I think we're gonna be taking that out and rolling it again. Now, do I see anything in the books of interest? 50-gram weight. And a red die. And a screwdriver. Perfect. Just need to roll this across the paper. And there we go. Pattern transcribed. You have found a report. To review it, visit the archive. Oh, the thing I didn't do was I didn't read the golden files for Alice's stuff. Actually. 7 variants, the chromatic doors. Yeah. The EU is erotic units. Oh. Where 20 might be Marilyn Monroe and 0 might be Gilbert Gottfried. For those curious, Danny Trejo rates 16 EU. Just being sexy does not guarantee a high EU rating. Practicality, sustainability, emotional investment, and the bias of the observer. Wow. The films that Tenmayoji has. Should be noted the term does not imply the videos contain grandpas or grandpa-like actors. Has the tick that causes him... to Nen talking cats, and that all sounds like utter nonsense. And a storybook. Yeah, we've seen all that. Ice 9, this was from the first game. Hongo is also from the first game. This is all the stuff where we saw doing the prime factors. It looks like, it might look like it's talking about a pair of sexy toaster waffles, but it actually means something like, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, she works for the Special Office of Internal Security. We know about the key cards. Slingshot is fine. Alright. Nothing especially telling in that bit so far. There's that. There's the door we came in. This green book looks really out of place. Huh. One of these things is not like the others.
You're right. It's a different color.
Let's have a look at it. And Lion, DO703. To the sun. Interesting. This book is different too.
Maybe we should take it with us.
And Lion. Ah, these two go together. They have codes on them for the other books. Interesting. Don't know what to do with that yet, but I'll figure it out. Here's another book that doesn't match.
That makes 3.
Go up, and we're gonna look at the stairway. That's ironic. Do you think that one's the stairway? That's an interesting doll. Isn't there something up there?
What is it? I can't see from down here.
Okay. We need to be able to get a ladder. Got it. Is this the last odd book out?
I think so. I double-checked all the shelves.
The stairway. Go up. AO502. Don't know what those are for yet, but I'll figure it out. And that's the thing with the safe. And after that, we've kind of looped all the way around, so let's have a look at this. Ah, management number, huh? What is this? It looks like some kind of chart.
It says management number. What do you think it means?
Well, pretty much the only thing anyone's gonna manage in this room is books. It's got the letters A, B, C, D, and then numbers 1 through 8 running vertically.
Maybe it's referring to the bookshelves in front of us. Well, the bookshelf has 8 rows, and so does this chart.
There's a narrow bookshelf on either side and wider ones in the middle.
Yes, they're shaped just like the diagrams on the chart.
Okay. A0502 is where Go Up goes. A0502. Okay. Fourth from the bottom. Second book over. So, little shelf. Oh no, that's just telling you where the other books are, I guess. Or no, does, that one said go up, goes there. And the stairway goes, I'm gonna write these down, it's gonna go away in a second. Okay. So then B 630 is the stairway. So then this one is the lion goes D7. And then presumably that one goes where I got this one from, which was... Where did I grab that one from? I think right there. Yeah. What was that?
I think that came from the other side of the wall. No, that wasn't the wall. I think it came from the bookshelf. What's happening?
Stairs? Ow. My eardrums. It sunk?
I guess it was one of those trick bookshelves where if you put the right thing in the right place, it does stuff. It's like a staircase.
Well, if they were nice enough to give us stairs, I guess we should climb them.
The top is a lot more narrow than I thought. Should I go? Well, with a big skirt like that, it might get kind of dangerous. Oh, if I just hike it up, I think I should be... And, I think there's somebody down on all fours trying to not look like he's staring up toward the bookshelf. Sigma? What are you doing?
I, lost a contact?
You don't wear any.
Ow!
You climb.
Okay. A doll? Okay, that's the only thing that's up here. Guess I might as well take it. Huh. Can't really go any further. This is a dead end.
Are you done yet? Was there anything up there?
Yeah, I'm heading back down now.
So, did you find anything?
No puzzles or anything like that.
Just that stuffed animal?
Yeah.
That's a funny looking dog.
Dog?
Pretty sure that's a lion. This is a lion? It doesn't really look like one.
No, it's a lion.
Oh, hold on. There's a zipper on its back. Let's see what's inside.
A memory card. Lovely. I was hoping we could take the sun out of its mouth, but apparently not. Okay. Alright, I've got this blue memory card.
And there's a blue slot in the stand.
Let's see what happens when I put it in then. A white screen. Oh, what's going on here?
It's showing the dice.
I wonder
what the puzzle is.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Roll the 6 dice to move them to where they need to go. Okay. Choose which die you would like to move by selecting it. You can roll it vertically or horizontally using the directional buttons. Maybe? I'm not actually sure what I'm trying to match up here, so we'll see. I think I'm trying to pair them across. I also think I've already screwed that up, but in any case, need a 6th, don't I? Damn, I don't get it. I think it's something to do with that, but I wanted to play with the scale, so we didn't do that.
This is a balance scale. You can weigh things against each other with it.
Balance scale. I can use it to weigh things. Yes. Okay. Apparently not the dice. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something else obvious. I guess there's this box down here. Ah, there's the green die. Okay. So... I think this is a... maybe it's a weight thing? Maybe it'll let me weigh them now.
If you put things on both sides, then you could compare them, but do we actually have anything to weigh?
Well, the scale had a die and a weight on it when we found it.
We've got 3 dice. I think we should be able to figure out what they weigh using this weight.
To place the dice where you want them. Check, we'll compare their weight. To move to another measurement. Okay. When you're done weighing things, select the back button to leave. Okay. So we have 50 grams. And I think the blue die was on here? So the blue die is heavier than 50.
Yes, what is it? I know it's dinner time.
Okay, so red is 50. Okay. So then if we put this and the red die and the blue die over here, the blue die over here, the blue die is heavier than that. Okay. So then what's the green die? That's equal. So the green die is 100. And I'm gonna guess that the blue die is 150. Yeah. Okie dokie. I don't think the scale is going to unlock a box when we fulfill a certain condition or something.
It certainly doesn't look that way. I think all we're supposed to do with it is weigh things.
Okay. That's so we can get in this box. So I'm guessing that is 5 times 150. So I'm going to pull up a calculator because I am not like Alice in the game and I cannot do maths in my head. To ridiculous degrees of amazingness. Alright. Calculator. 150 times 5. That is 750. Plus 500 plus, oops, that wasn't a plus. No, come back, calculator. Damn it. 750 plus 500 times, I hope they do orders of operations there. Thank you for the follow, Invader JJ. I'm sorry I didn't hear that come up. I think my alerts are muted for some reason. I don't know why. I don't hear them anymore. Need to figure that out sometime. And then that is 5 times 50 is 250? That looks way too big. Of a resulting number. Let's see. What if it's just 150 plus 100 times 50? Well, that is a smaller number, but it's still not the right one, I think. Well, we'll find out.
We need to get that lock off so we can open the box. As puzzles go, it's pretty straightforward. We just need the 5-digit number.
Oh boy. I only have a 4-digit number, huh? Well, what about 4? So what if we do 4... 4 times 150 plus well, it's not just Twitch. I think it's been happening through OBS for several weeks for me, so I just keep forgetting about it. And then we want to do green, which is 100, so that's 400 times 200? That does also not give me a... So I think my 5 must have been off. So 5 times 150, 750, plus 500 times 5 times... Yeah, that ends up way bigger. Why does... Oops. And that's, that is a 5-digit number. If it's 4s, I guess. 150 times 4 should be 600. Plus the 400. Why did my numbers add up weird before? Well, we'll try. 600? I'm guessing that's not right. Let's see. Or is my calculator not doing orders of operations properly? That could actually be it. Because if we do 50 times 100, it's 150. Huh. I guess it is a 4-digit number. Okay. So it's actually 0, 5, 1. Okay, that's weird. Why'd they say 5-digit number if it's only a 4-digit number? That's really irritating. Okay. There we go. It's unlocked.
Good job.
Let's open it. I think, yeah, my calculator, because I put an addition and a multiplication, it doesn't actually obey order of operations on my phone calculator. That's so dumb. Anyway.
Oh, I wonder if this is someone's diary.
Sounds like fun. Way to sound continually like a creeper. You're not doing a good job there, Sigma.
Nothing on the cover. I wonder what kind of book this is.
Let's open it up.
I can't read it. I think this is Latin.
Looks that way.
Well, it's not a total loss. There's a bookmark at least.
Maybe we should take that. You have found a bookmark. To review it, visit the archive. Okay. Bookmark. Oh, that tells me where they need to be color-wise. Okay. Don't know that really helps me, but we'll see. Okay. Yep. Alright. So red is the 2 endpoints, and it goes blue, green, blue, green. Okay. So that's a 5. And that's a 2. Now. You're a 6. Then you need to be a 1. Okay. Then you need to be a 3 and a 4. So you can be a 3. Oh. No, the numbers didn't matter. Well then. Yes, did it.
Good work, Sigma. That was amazing.
The colors changed.
Do you think? Let's take a look. Wait, is this?
Yeah, it's the password to the safe. I have found a password. There's another way to do this then. But that is the gold file password. We're missing the other one. So let's do it again. Okay, that's a 5. This might be the numbers that I was talking about. Did I really get those right just by coincidence? Six right. Down, left, up. I almost did, actually. Down. Okay. Yeah, so this is getting the numbers right on the dice as well. This gold file password was like way easier. That's gonna be the one, so. I think I've moved on to the wrong one now. It's okay. Either way. There we go. Got there in the end. Alright, now this one. Right, down, left, up. Right, down, left, up. Circle. Right, down, down. Right, down, down. Right, right, down. There we go. Yeah, it's got to be 1 through 6 on the sides. But I think the colors also have to match up. That's what I knew I had to do. I just accidentally rolled that green die in place, and it took that as being the puzzle being solved. And I was like, no, I wasn't quite done yet. I was in the middle of getting my number.
I think this is a different password.
Alright. So that's it. We should be done with this room now.
And this is the safe, right?
Yeah, it's just like the ones I saw in the AB room and the crew quarters. If we enter the right password, it should open up. I think. Okay. Password. Safe. Archives. Star moon or star sun moon. Hey. Star. Sun. Moon. Go. Give me my gold file. Awesome. It's open.
Good job, Sigma.
Alright. Let's do this again. With the other password. Sun, moon, sun. Got it. Sun. Moon. Sun. Yes. Give me the safe. Okay, cool. This wasn't so bad. I thought it was going to be like the library puzzle in 999. It was way simpler. Ha! It opened.
Good, good. Well done.
So, what do we got this time? First,
a map. It says floor B.
The one we found in the cabin said floor A.
So did the map in the infirmary. Then that means floor A must be the top floor, right? We did come down here on the elevator after all. So it would seem. There's more stuff in there. Oh, I know what those are.
Yeah, key cards.
These ones have moons on them.
They must be the moon keys the announcer was talking about then.
That means we can play the AB game. We got 2, just like with the sun keys.
As a pair, Luna and I should only need 1.
Then I'll take the other one.
So, what's next?
A piece of paper. It has something written on it. Here are some more AB game rules for you. Not voting is not an option. If both parties refuse to vote, then everybody gets penalized. In other words, One person out of every color group of the 3 has to vote. In other words, we can't all abstain. We have to vote. Anyway, what else is in the safe? Only one thing. A key. Is this the exit key? Looks like it. We can open the door.
All right. We have a key and dice for some reason. Let's go. I'm guessing those dice have lead in them. Presumably the lock for the door. Right now it says lock. You guys ready? I'm gonna open the door.
Go ahead. I'm all set.
Then here we go. 3, 2, 1. And we're free! We're free! Oh my god. Run our little feetsies to the white doors. Except, that is where I'm going to leave it for today. And to go now, it is hound dinner time, so, I'm going to end the stream here. This is about where we ended Alice's one last time, so we still at least got one full ending through. So far, we're still on schedule, but thank y'all for coming and hanging out and experiencing the weird trip that is this game with me. I hope y'all have an excellent week, and I'll be back next Sunday, and we'll hopefully get through Sigma's ending. We'll find out more about ourselves, which will be shocking. Anyway, I'll see if there's anyone to raid real quick. There may not be. It's late. Sometimes there's not. Yes, because it thinks Minx is live playing Gollum right now. Oh, goodness, Twitch. Why? Why do you do this to me? Well, looks like Kita's getting started.